And we are theoretically live. Let me check out the Twitch stream to make sure that it has gone forward. Yeah, it looks like we are indeed live. If you want to send out the tweets there, Walter, and I will.
Oh, I already sent out. I already sent out the preview, the
Yeah, I
25
always do
minutes.
it, and we're live. Come join us, but you don't have to.
Oh,
That's fine.
gotcha,
You know
gotcha.
what?
Let me
Honestly, I'm just glad we're here.
let me let me swap back into the correct accounts. My bad.
Uh,
I am disappointed that nobody has seen the tweets. I am very disappointed, and I think I should be given credit for it.
I look when you're right, you're right. I just literally have not. I have not figured out how to get Twitter on my uh oh, the narrative champion. Well done. Yeah, no, that tracks. No, that's right, and you're right, and you're right. Uh,
Listen, Chase. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not the one that posted it. I don't have access to that
there,
Twitter account.
there's no way to know.
That's clearly our social media manager.
Yeah, our famous social media manager. What's his name again?
Chase Wassenaar.
No. We have someone we bring in for these kinds of things.
Nope, it's Chase Wassenaar.
It's Nick, right? Nick, our producer.
No. He's the producer. He doesn't handle social media.
He
Come
handles.
on.
Look, Nick can lift a lot of boats when needed.
It's really hard for him to do that when he's in the trunk of my car. So.
Wow. Well,
Uh,
and on that note, welcome everyone to the stream. We have
I
fun here,
really
folks.
thought like Christopher Chase Wilson was the guy behind the social media streams.
You know, you might think that, and that's probably because it's true. But for the sake of the joke, it is great to think that our producer is doing all of the things all of the time, just like we are.
Is he alive though? That's the biggest question.
Well, I hope so, because I don't know if I'm alive with how today has been. This stream almost didn't happen. I'm honestly shocked that it is happening, but we rally, we make it work. The show must go on. Other sort of proverbs and sayings of that nature. Which is why I'm glad to be able to say that this is the fourth and final bronze pay-per-view stream of the year. As we head into the final points total, it is a tight race at the top. Xander currently in the lead at 9.5 points. I am at 8.5 points. Eduardo 5.75, and Walter with a nice 0.5 points to his name, and of course the unofficial title of narrative champion, which we are not legally allowed to take from him. He's copyrighted it, and we have no recourse otherwise. But
No, listen. I never said you guys couldn't take it from me. I just nobody's proven enough of a challenger to actually take it from me, and I think that says a lot about your guys' promotions and that you didn't realize we're doing the golf thing because I have the lowest amount of points, so therefore I am winning.
I see. Interesting.
Walter, I'm pretty sure in our group chat you made a statement of, well, I'm not going to check this out because if I did, I might see that your narrative was good, and that doesn't play into my narrative championship.
No. I said if I had to see you cook, I would then have to say something nice about you, which I legally am not allowed to do.
Yeah, that's right. You did say I'd have to give you props, which you and I both know goes against my religion, which is harsh but fair.
I mean, just say that, but only one of us has the greatest championship going on tonight. So.
That's true, and that takes us to the Campeonato de Luchasaur. Eduardo, tell us what the fans can expect tonight at Dying Light.
I mean, they can expect by far the best name of the entire roster of events. They're going to expect, as usual, a lot of action. We're going to have a lot of coming back feuds, such as Elisa Rose and Madison Marlowe for the Ryan Championship. Isamu Masuchi and Shihiro Ishihara for the Andino Championship. And obviously the greatest, as I just mentioned, which tonight will be a four-man match.
Yes, you have done a great job historically at two key things. Bringing back old feuds and making them matter, which really adds to this long-term rivalry element. And two, the idea that on any given day, on any given night, the best wrestler in the world can step up and surprise everyone to get that title. Any of these wrestlers can make a big impact at the right moment, and tonight may be that night. Let's all jump into this.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of title changes too.
Yeah, that's also true. You do not worry about saving things for gold pay-per-views, that is for sure. We're not going to worry about the predictions. We never care about what the press says about our events. It's just time to get right into it, and it is the Guardianes del Pucara Femenino Championship, a fatal four-way street fight match to open the night between our current champions Phantom Troop defending against Dominion, Lethal Tempo, and Bittersweet. Eduardo, how did this match come together?
I mean, this is the match of the ages. Every basically former champion of this belt has arrived here, and they're all gonna be battling for it. And who's gonna hold it until the last sprint of the year? So this is like a particularly important segue into the end of the streak.
Absolutely. I mean, this belt has had 6 title changes in the 11 months in which it has existed. So anything is possible on any given night. Xander, who do you think's getting the win here?
It's obviously going to be Lethal Tempo.
You believe in Skull Dredson and Gina Akatani?
I love Lethal Tempo, man. I love Lethal Tempo. Okay? I don't care about Phantom Troop. I know that they're probably still retaining, but I want it to be Lethal Tempo. That's what I would like, alright?
Yes, Phantom Troop, of course, got it 2 months ago from Lethal Tempo. Walter,
I don't care. Give it back.
who do you think's taking this one?
You know, see, it's really funny, Xander, because I agree with you. I don't know if I care about Phantom Troop that much, but I think you got to put it back on Bittersweet. I think Bittersweet needs to snap out of this funk and get the belt back on their side. Similar reason as you. I like Bittersweet. I like Bittersweet a little bit more than I like the other tag teams here. So that is who my heart is saying. Phantom Troop is who my brain is saying.
Well, here's the thing. As far as my notes are concerned, I think both of you could be right. Eduardo, tell me what button I should be hitting here.
I mean, as we usually say in this championship, anything can happen, and we're gonna simulate this and see who the dice tells us is gonna win.
The dice give it to Phantom Troop to retain. It's a 5 1/4 star match. You can't say he didn't give Lethal Tempo and Bittersweet the opportunity to win. He hit the random button, and the game said Phantom Troop have this for at least 1 more month.
I respect that.
Yeah, it's a hot match with a hot feud between Phantom Troop and Bittersweet, playing into everything Walter just talked about. I love that feud and how that's developed. CC Cruz starting to get over with the fans. Turning her from a 2-3 to a 3-4 would go a long way towards ensuring the quality of these matches is consistent. Oh, by the way, Keegan Cohen about to hit Gina Akatani with her finisher before they both collapse from exhaustion. That is our first holy shit moment of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Keegan Cohen earning a nice overness bonus for herself. And oh, by the way, this championship getting 29 additional experience matters a lot, given the ups and downs it has had. Eduardo, how do you feel about what RN Jesus gave you here?
Pretty good, pretty good. We might need to be doing this a bit more.
Absolutely. Well, I think that was a lot of fun, but we move on to the men's side of things, the Guardianes del Pucara Masculino Championship between the Constellation defending against Psycho Circus and Hiroshima Hotties in a street fight match. How did Psycho Circus and Hiroshima Hotties earn this chance to contend against Constellation tonight?
I mean, just by winning a lot of matches, you know, they've been Psycho Circus has been on a recent streak, even though they lost the title recently, and Hiroshima Hotties, they have been a bit downfall lately, especially since they were the OGs, the original title holders. But they're been decided, like they can take the Constellation on, and the Constellation are facing a lot of pressure as newcomers. They were like the last tag to hold this title. And they were like, yeah, hey, you know what? We're here to prove it that we're for real and that we can hold this title.
Absolutely.
We're not afraid of the legacy that both Psycho Circus and Heroes have.
Yeah, look, I mean, they just won it off of Psycho Circus last month, so defending against them makes a ton of sense. And the Hiroshima Hotties, as you said, the OGs, right? The first tag team to ever hold this title and held it for several months You have to beat both eras here if the Constellation's going to cement themselves as legitimate title holders. Walter, who do you think's getting the nod?
Again, this is a heart versus head. My head tells me the Constellation, but my heart is always with the Hiroshima Hotties, a tag team I truly, truly wish had been on my own brand. So I say, give them the belts. Give them the belts.
Well, I like the Hiroshima Hotties quite a lot as well. Xander, who are you rooting for? I think I know
Nope.
the answer.
You don't know the answer.
I don't?
Because you would think Psycho Circus. That's what you would think. You would go, Xander wants Psycho Circus to have this because he's a big Psycho Circus fan. But I think that tonight, looking at these three, it's staying with the Constellation.
Okay. Xander, breaking his heart with going against Psycho Circus for the Constellation. Is he right, Eduardo?
Yeah, the Constellation's gonna take the hold the title tonight.
Yeah, they're going to do it with a 6.5-star match. You love to see that. Psycho Circus still taking over in his hip, but that's fine. They've got plenty to spare. It's a huge win for the Constellation. No holy shit moment, but a nice 21 experience points for the Guardians del Picaro Masculino Championship. And a 6.5-star match is going to be huge for determining the overall score. Eduardo, in case people haven't been watching the weeklies, has upgraded his production facility. He gets 2 more slots on this card than the rest of us. Unless, of course, someone spent 70 points on a mega show, which I may or may not have done myself. But Eduardo has room. He has matches to drop, and that 6.5 is going to go a long way towards bolstering up that score at the end of the night. But we do move on to a 6-way street fight match with quite a few interlacing feuds here, including La Sagrada Familia versus Eclipse, which we may have missed when we were deciding what to blow off. But we'll deal with that later. Eduardo, how did this match come together?
I mean, like, this is one of the matches for the ages. Like, this is not for the title, but it's a lot about prestige is on the line. We have Requiem Avilo, who's having a pretty good time with his comeback route, taking a lot of wins, or at least a lot more wins that he previously had. Ciccelli, who's been on the kind of upside. Chakal Pro, who's looking to stay as a potential face of the company. And everyone else is basically trying.
Eduardo cut off at the end there, but absolutely 2 faces of the company, or at least trying to become faces of the company, mixed with 4 top talents, each of whom have either been in a title match or are desperately trying to fight their way into it. I know, Xander, you've been enjoying how much Requiem Avilo has been beating up on Adriano Ciccelli overall. Of these 6 wrestlers, all of whom have had big wins and big moments, which one do you believe is getting the win tonight?
Big moments, and you know who those moments have gone to from time to time. A man by the name of Adriano Ciccelli, who I will never, ever root for because he's absolute garbage.
Wow.
Guitar playing, might as well beat himself over the head with it. Hate that guy. I'm a big Chakal Pro fan, okay? Huge Chakal Pro fan. Also like to see Brady Velasquez get a win here. Dare I even say a Daiwick Damerla? All right. But no, tonight I'm going with Chakal Pro. Give it to Chakal Pro.
Okay,
Just don't give it to Adriano. Anyone but Adriano, I'll be happy, which I know is kind of a cop-out answer, but that guy sucks. Stop letting him win things.
Viva Italia, Adriano Ciccelli forever, as far as I'm concerned. But Walter, who are you rooting for?
Okay, Chase. I mean, if you're going to bust out the Italian, I guess. Listen, I would say Adriano Ciccelli would be the favorite to me, just looking at it, right off the bat. But I have to feel like Requiem Avilo is going to stop him from winning anything. And I am quite an Avilo fan. I like him. So I am actually going to go with the other name that Xander mentioned, Brady Velasquez. Brady Velasquez is the one that stands out to me. Get him to that 1,000 popularity. Get him to start becoming a of the company.
Wow, that's an interesting call there, Walter. Eduardo, is he right?
I mean, Walter is usually right. He's right. Brady Velasquez is gonna take the W tonight.
Absolutely. And he does so in a 6-star match. Oh, we did blow off the Total War. Thank goodness. We're fine. I'm just flustered because the day has been a week or a month of a day, ladies and gentlemen. But look at that 6-star match. All happy faces when it comes to the Campeonato de Luchasaur so far tonight. That gets the Razor Jackson Chakal Pro feud hot. The Total War feud between La Sagrada Familia and Eclipse did go hot, but at the end of the day, it needed to be blown off because if it hadn't, you would have been in some danger there. So you definitely made the right call, just unfortunate on the timing. Brady Velasquez is on his way to becoming a face of the company, and La Sagrada Familia, huge moment for Brady Velasquez to win that feud with this victory tonight. Chakal Pro, of course, thought he would be the one defending La Sagrada Familia's honor. He's a little bit higher ranked in prestige within that faction, but he gets the W, and Eclipse are going to have to live with the consequences of falling behind a little bit compared to what La Sagrada Familia put together tonight. So, well done on all fronts there. But we move on to a blow-off match. One of the things I love about Campeonato de Luchasaur cards, if there is a feud that needs to be blown off, they are getting their own 1v1 match, and it is treated just as if it was a title match in its own right. Eduardo, can you tell the fans at home what makes this Ryuji Sakota versus Jack Azrael feud so special?
I mean, first, it's part of the legendary feud between the School of the Crab and the School of the Phoenix, but not always start this well. Jack Azrael has been recently starting to be managed by Arcángel de Fuego, and they both have benefited a lot for this arrangement. Jack Azrael, who was like an upper mid carder for a while, is now looking for face of the company status, while Ryuji Sakota, on the other hand, while he's achieved some success, he wishes to reach even higher heights and get to this face of the company status by defeating Jack Azrael on the ring in this one in a lifetime blow-off.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's easy to look at Ryuji Sakota, a 25-year-old calling himself the best wrestler of all time, and give that ego a hard time, especially on a 5-loss streak, but he has never given up. He has always looked for his opportunities, and Jack Azrael, you know, he got those 2 back-to-back wins with El Arcángel de Fuego perhaps helping, thanks to a Vicious Beatdown segment earlier in the month, but he has still stood strong and has helped Poker of Pain become the highest ranked tag team in the Campeonato de Luchasaur, albeit without ever making it to a Guardianes do Pucara Masculino match. Walter, which of these 2 competitors do you think is getting the win tonight?
You know me, I love a good heel, and Jack Azrael, he reminds me of a certain SWA men's champion. So I gotta go with Jack. Give him the win. Continue to make him a face of your company.
I figured you would like that gimmick quite a bit. Xander, do you agree?
I do agree. Let it ride.
Okay. Got 2 believers in Jack Azrael. Are they right, Eduardo?
For this one time, they're wrong. Ryuji Sakota is going to take the W.
Ryuji Sakota does indeed take the W, and now there are 2 wrestlers on their journey to become face of the company. Jack Azrael, it's an overness hit and a morale hit, but nothing he cannot handle. 5 1/4 star match in the blow-off here. No holy shit moment. Perhaps Xander not thrilled with the result, but at the end of the day, you have Ryuji Sakota and Brady Velasquez both on their way to becoming faces of the company from their victories tonight, and I consider that a win in and of itself. How are you feeling about how this all came out, Eduardo?
Yeah, no, I'm very happy about how this turned out. It's precisely how I wanted it to end.
Swell. It worked out certainly there, but we move on now to a Battle Royale match. Quite a few very talented names. What brings all of these men and women into the ring tonight?
I mean, like, everyone wants a chance to prove that they can like stand above the rest and be on their own like 1 versus 1 pay card, but none of these guys could do it this time, so they're gonna try to do it in a much harder setting, battle royale, which only one winner will emerge for this.
Yes, and we have a couple former Battle Royale winners in Lionel Looney and XT Gun, both of whom have won in the past. And Lionel Looney recently turned face with a righteous beatdown against XT Gun, which was one of the more fun segments you've had on these weeklies. Are there any other competitors, Eduardo, you would point to as likely favorites in this match?
I mean, like everyone's like can take this as an opportunity to make it big. Like this has been like the battle royale has been eternally a starting point for a lot of these companies' careers. But I would not be. I will be looking especially at someone like Cameron Johnson or Lionel Looney or even Caden Lee, who even though they have been established in the past, they can also benefit for a boosted moment in time of their careers.
That's certainly true. Xander, which of these names stands out to you as the one you would pick to win it all?
Oh man, there's so many. I just don't know how to choose. I'm looking at him. There's a guy by the name of Lionel Looney, right? And honestly, who cares? That guy's whatever. The guy below him is who I'm looking at. That's the only reason he got brought up, because XT Gun is the guy that should be collecting the dub here. Okay, there's a couple other notable ones. Big fan of Pink Arrow, like her. Caden Lee's also not bad, but it's going to XT Gun tonight, or we're none of us are happy. All right, maybe Eduardo is, maybe the fans are, but by none of us, I mean none of us, because I decide that for everyone. You're welcome.
Oh man, that is what you get to do when you've got the developer in your pocket for sure. Walter, do you also pick XT Gun, or is there another name calling out to you on this list?
Xander, it's kind of weird because, after you saran wrapped my neighbor's car, you did somehow end up getting into my house and put a camera in my office where I was talking about XT Gun winning this match. Listen, 50%, on the coin flip. It's not that bad. My neighbor was rightly furious about having to cut open their car, but you and I are on the same page here. XT Gun gets the win.
Man, we've got two XT Gun fans in the house. But, Eduardo, I see another name on my list, and funnily enough, not one of the ones that you pointed out to the fans to look for in this match.
Yeah, no. Shall we go? Just click the button.
Jason Cortez gets the W tonight. A huge win, I believe, for the House of Hardcore. It's a hot match. Everyone's getting some overness along the way, and it starts Jason Cortez's journey to be a face of the company. Also a holy shit moment as he puts Kenji Ryota through the announce table with an elbow drop off the top rope. That's 30 creativity points, and a very nice win for him. Xander, how are you feeling about the final result?
I'm feeling not happy. Jason Cortez is a slouch.
He's the Punisher. He's a 4-4 heel. What more do
No.
you want?
No.
Got some cool tattoos is all I'm saying. But hey.
Yeah, man, like Xander is really not a fan of the heels.
Yes, that's
I'm
the
a fan of
takeaway.
certain heels. Okay, let's get it. It's
Yeah, Xander is historically a fan of Eagle. He wants to take the win.
Look, Xander should just be happy that the Eagle is no longer over, okay? That should be enough of a win for you tonight. But we move on.
I agree.
Christopher Knox versus Davey Airborne. Another blow-off match. Walter, you've got to be happy to see an ambulance match saved for a blow-off for a feud. Eduardo, what makes this feud so captivating for Campeonato de Luchasaur fans?
I mean, this is our both like rising stars. Like this is a clash of styles with the hard hits of Christopher Knox, his wrestling style, between the Mr. Sky High, who is a very high flyer kind of luchador. So this is a very different styles within the ring, and they've been able to give us some pretty legendary matches so far. They are say so, and they're gonna blow it off all today in this.
Indeed, they are putting it all on the line now. Xander, I don't even know if we need to bother with your pick because Johnny Hangtime legally forbids you from acknowledging one of the two competitors in this match.
I only see one. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes.
There's only one guy here. This is a segment, right?
Yeah, it's just a segment with a dude in driving an ambulance. That's the whole thing, for sure.
Yep. Yeah.
But Walter, since you have a little bit more nuance left here, who do you like to win?
You know, unfortunately, I don't think I'm allowed to acknowledge other Christophers because of Christopher Declan. So I got to give it to Davey Airborne.
Hey, but this is Christopher, not Christopher. See the OR, it's totally different. But hey, neither of our predictions here are going to give Christopher Knox some love. Are you giving Christopher Knox some love, Eduardo, or are they right all along?
No, yeah, I think Davey Airborne's gonna take this one in particular.
Davey Airborne does take this one. So congratulations to the Christopher Knox haters. Congratulations to the Davey Airborne fans. Davey finally getting his first pay-per-view win since joining the company at the 5-month mark. 5 3/4 star match, a great show for the fans. Let's see, we did get a holy shit moment. Davey Airborne hitting Christopher Knox with his finisher off the top rope. You'll love to see that. And a nice boost to the Only Monster feud as well. One more blow off of that. And that'll be a silver feud for you in no time. But we move on now. We get into a championship match. Max Campbell, the current Campeonato Antu champion, won it 2 months ago, defending against Gabriel Rivera, Gambler, and Hijiro Boulder. How did this match come together, Eduardo?
I mean, this match came together essentially by some of the hardest contenders Max Campbell has had to fight on his way to attaining and retaining the title. Mainly with Gabriel Rivera, but he's also like famously feuded in the past with Gambler and Hijiro Boldo, and he's up here trying to show that he can like take them all down in one single swoop.
Yes, these are 3 great challengers to really push Max Campbell to his limit. The question is, Walter, has he bitten off more than he can chew, or are we going to see a 3rd successful defense of this belt?
I think we're going to see a 3rd successful defense of this belt, but if I was going to pick anyone to win it, it would be Gabriel Rivera.
Okay, you like Gabriel Rivera getting the victory, reclaiming the title here. Xander, what about you?
Ooh. Don't want to root for Gambler. Hate that. Hate that character in Teamfight Manager.
Here, while you're thinking about it, Bob's a cool word. You do indeed love a holy shit moment. Glad to have you on the stream. It's one of the more fun moments for this game is having these holy shit shenanigans kind of give you a look into the match that you wouldn't otherwise have. So
yeah, just keep it on. Keep it on Max Campbell.
Sorry, Xander. What's your pick?
Keep it on Max Campbell.
Keep it on Max Campbell. Okay, Eduardo, who's getting the win tonight?
I think we're gonna see a title change tonight. I think Rivera's gonna take it.
Gabriel Rivera, Walter, you're happy to see him get the nod. Max Campbell, obviously a huge morale hit. It's a shame to see him drop the belt so soon, but Gabriel Rivera, a worthy title holder to be sure. 5.5 star match. Gambler and Hijiro Boldo both just very happy to be here. Them getting their nods in their own right. It's a hot match to boost everyone's overness at least a little bit. And another holy shit moment. Bob's the cool word joining the chat, seeming to help Eduardo out. Gabriel Rivera kicked out of Max Campbell's finisher, used his body to get up, and asked to be finished off. That's 30 creativity points. And unfortunately, this is the thing that I warned you about, Eduardo. The game does not like when the belt changes hands too often in too short a period of time. The Campeonato Antu belt, a -60 reign for 2 months is wild. But it is very
Yeah, I mean, like,
clear
well,
what
it was 2 months. Like, what more did they expect?
Well, the problem is it was 2 months after 2 months after, I think, another 2 months. And there's a cumulative negative effect if no one holds it for at least 3, which I think resets it. I don't like that that is the thing, but that is the thing I was afraid of, and I hate seeing that it
Yeah,
paid off that way.
minus 60 is just too harsh, bro.
It's insane. Minus 60 for that is insane. But look, it was a great match. It's 5.5 stars. Gabriel Rivera holds the title now, and hopefully he retains it indeed. Walter's fun is a state of mind. I'm having a great time, Bob's a Cool Word, because at the end of the day, this stream almost didn't happen at all because my hard drive went kaput. And so the fact that I'm here doing this wrestling shenanigans with my friend means that fun is happening. Just anything other than what I spent most of my day on, it's going to be a great time, and I'm glad to have you here. We move on, though, to the Campeonato Korean Championship. This is Suki Akiyama defending against Juno Ripshaw and Amber Manning. Now, Eduardo, you're on the record saying you are a Suki Akiyama fan. What is it going to take for Juno or Amber to upset her tonight in this I Quit match?
I mean, it's gonna take time. It's gonna take a lot to make Tsuki Akiyama say I quit at all. So I think the fact that this is a triple threat gives both of them a much higher chance that they will usually have, because they just can hold the pressure onto both of the other competitors at the same time. So even though in a 1v1 I would say like, no, Suki's got this one held down, but at this time I will be unsure. Amber Manning, Juno Ripshaw, and both take this one.
Yes, well, we know Juno Ripshaw is part of the League of Extraordinary Ladies. She has been very quick to rub that in the face of anyone who is not a part of that faction and would love to prove that she deserves that title. Of course, Amber Manning is known for her persistence above everything else. It does not matter how many times the former volleyball player falls. She always gets back up and gets ready for another challenge. Xander, who do you think is getting the win tonight?
Suki Akiyama. I know it. I know that it's Suki Akiyama.
You
I
know
for a
that
fact.
it's Suki.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that is a Xander guarantee with that prediction. Walter,
Yep.
you concur?
I don't want to say it's a guarantee, but that does feel right. It does feel like the other two will get in each other's way too much, and Suki will be able to scrape out with the win.
Okay, we've got two people who are both very much in Suki Akiyama's corner. We know in general, Eduardo, you are a Suki Akiyama fan. Is this a Suki win? Or
unfortunately for me, no. We're gonna see a title change tonight as well.
Amber Manning, persistence paying off. She had the belt. She lost the belt after a single month. She has battled her way back into the title picture, and tonight she's taking it back. It's a 5.5 star match, a nice boost for her. Suki Akiyama losing a little bit of morale, but still moving up in all the other ways that matter. It's a nice hot match for the fans. Amber Manning now on her way to becoming face of the company. And a holy shit moment again. Look, you've been raking in the holy shit moments tonight, Eduardo. As Amber Manning jumped onto Suki Akiyama in a pile of electrical equipment below the ramp. I don't think we've even seen that one before. That's a nice 30 creativity points. It is a little bit of a hit to the belt because, again, it's multiple changes in a row after just 2 months, but not nearly as big as Campeonato Onto. And Amber Manning, hopefully, a long range.
Yeah, that's a lot more reasonable. Minus 30.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that you've, it's the number of times in a row in which a penalty has occurred. It's cumulative, unfortunately. But yeah, this is, I think, much more reasonable and certainly something you can work around quite easily. Though it is interesting, with all these title changes tonight, I wonder what you have in store for the last gold pay-per-view that will end our competitive season. But there's plenty more to go through before then, because we have the Nova Championship, which for Bob's a Cool Word, who I don't think has been here for all of our streams, it is very important to note that this is a golden teddy bear on a pole match. These three men are going to be climbing up that pole to grab that golden teddy bear as best they can. Of course, it is El Cuervo, the Raven, who is our current title holder on a 5-match win streak, thanks to winning the Nova tournament that occurred last month. Has battled his way back after being quite tired from that series of matches. But he is going up against Liam Draco, the king of Battle Royales, and Jason Styles, the head of the Carnival of Carnage. Eduardo, what's it going to take for someone to unseat El Cuervo tonight?
I mean, honestly, it's just going to take a lot. Like, El Cuervo was so dominant in his tournament match to get to the title that I don't think he's gonna part with it easily tonight. Even though Liam Draco and Jason Styles are both excellent competitors, I think El Cuervo is definitely the favorite tonight.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to appreciate the sheer tenacity and endurance that El Cuervo showed in that tournament. But of course, he also had an incredible run at the Toki Championship, him battling back and forth against Conrad Supernova was an incredible feud in its own right. Certainly seems to have powered him up overall. Walter, who do you think is getting the nod here?
You know, every time I even remotely think it's time for El Cuervo to lose the belt, he continues to survive. I don't see any reason to take it off of him at this point. Leave it with El Cuervo.
You're leaving it with El Cuervo. Xander, what about you?
How long has El Cuervo had the belt for?
A whole 1 month.
El Cuervo, guaranteed.
He literally has not had a chance to defend it since winning the tournament, because it turns out tournaments make you very tired. Eduardo, are they right? Okay, it seems like Eduardo has disconnected, perhaps?
No, it seems that they are right when it comes to the defense.
Right.
Oh, okay. It cut out for me for a second there then. But in either case, you are correct. It is an El Cuervo victory, and well-deserved 5 1/4 star match tonight. You can see Liam Draco versus El Cuervo goes hot. Liam Draco versus Jason Styles goes hot, and it's a hot match overall. The fans love this combination of wrestlers. No holy shit moment, but a nice boost for the Nova Championship, which we saw go silver not too long ago. So a very deserving title match here. Congratulations to El Cuervo continuing to hold on to this belt. We move on now to another feud blow-off. Ed Thompson, Amatrayadora Anderson. When this feud started, Ed Thompson was still a face, and he was mad about Amatrayadora Anderson getting a title shot via a cash-in contract. Eduardo, can you talk a little bit about the journey both of these wrestlers have had from the start of the feud to where they are today?
I mean, this feud started a while ago. Like, both were gunning for the title. Ed Thompson got a title shot, lost. Amatraya Anderson got a title shot, he won. And Ed Thompson said, hey, that's not fair. I should have been one. I should have been allowed a rematch, and I'm gonna challenge you for the title. Amatraya Anderson successfully defeated Ed Thompson and held the title. But afterwards, he lost the title. But that does not mean that the feud between these two ended. Like, Ed Thompson's still very salty about how Amatraya Anderson managed to ride that wave onto the near face of the company status. And he's here to prove that he deserved it. He deserved it too.
Absolutely. I mean, salty is a great way to describe a lot of Ed Thompson's behavior recently, as we saw with that vicious beatdown against Daiwick Damerla. Absolutely uncalled for, to be sure. At least as far as this face caster is to be believed. Xander, I imagine you were a big fan of the Cowboys heel turn.
Of course I'm a big fan of the Cowboys heel turn. I've rooted for Mr. Thompson before, and I want to see him get some more.
Okay. You're rooting for him to get the final nod against Amatrayadora Anderson. What about you, Welcher?
You know, I'm a little confused because both of these men are heels. So really, who is the more dastardly one? And I believe that it is, in fact, Mr. Anderson.
Wow, we got a split decision from our co-casters here. Eduardo, which one of them is right?
I will be in the side of Ed Thompson. I think he's got the more potential at the moment.
Ed Thompson indeed getting the nod. This puts him in the start of the face of the company journey after a 6-star victory, which truly you love to see. A hot match to end their feud. Feud with a 5.25-star blow-off. Amatriadora Anderson officially a face of the company despite the loss. All those wins that he's had along the way, securing a spot here. No holy shit moment, but the House of Hardcore getting a nice boost from Amatriadora Anderson, hitting that face of the company status. He only joined pretty recently, and I think him, along with a couple of their other additions, are going to go a long way towards boosting that faction's influence. But for now, Ed Thompson, he doesn't care about any of that. He is the winner tonight. He has put Amatriadora Anderson in the back of that ambulance, and he is not looking back. We move on to the greatest championship. That's the name of the belt. You can't wear it out. It is between Violetta, Haley, Kelly Torres, and Layla Abelos. Eduardo, how did we get here?
I mean, like, only one can be the greatest, and historically it was Haley, the one who founded this championship after winning the Grand Invitational, and she held onto it pretty tightly for, I think, almost 4 months, and then, like, it changed hands to Violetta, and now everyone wants into this action and to see if Violetta can hold against this pressure, or if one of these very talented other superstars, such as Haley, Kelly Torres, and Layla Avalos, can take it away from her.
Violetta has only had the belt for 2 months. She defended at the last pay-per-view successfully, but is otherwise kept to herself and try to just hold on to this belt as best she can. Walter, who do you think's getting the nod?
You know, currently you keep it on the champion, you keep it on Violetta, but I think there is a lot of really good work that you've done here with this belt. You've made me care about 3 of these women. I will say Layla Abelos. I don't know if I get her, right. I don't know if she
Walter,
I don't know if I get
she's
her.
too pretty to lose. What is it to get?
Anyways, but Violetta, keep the belt on her and continue building these matches and these feuds that you've been doing between Violetta, Haley, and Kelly Torres.
Man, it is very funny because I think Layla Abelos might be my favorite heel gimmick in a company that isn't mine and isn't currently a title holder, I suppose.
Yeah, I know. She watched Tyler Breeze. I get it.
Xander, who are you picking tonight?
I am choosing Violetta.
Okay. Got 2 people picking for Violetta to retain. Are they right, Eduardo?
I think they're gonna be right for the most part.
That's not the name I have written down.
No,
It is the name I will click on.
we're gonna have a title change tonight. Can you go ahead and click the funny button?
The funny button?
Yes. No, the actual pre-established button. I mean, but the funny button will be funny tonight.
Okay, yeah, just.
You know what?
making
Let's go
sure.
with the funny button.
What?
Funny button.
We're funny buttoning this.
Funny
Yes,
button.
funny button.
Locking that in.
Yes, we're funny buttoning this one.
Violetta wins but gets injured.
Oh
Good
no!
funny button.
You're gonna have to vacate the title.
Hilarious,
Which
but
does
that's
open
a
the door.
hilarious.
I'm not going to tell the folks at home who was originally meant to win this match because maybe she'll win it on the next weekly card. But that is...
Yeah, I mean, I told you to click the funny button. You clicked the funny button.
I thought that was the funny button.
No, that was the unfunny button. The other one was next to it.
Oh, man. Well, the greatest champion has suffered an injury that has vacated. It is only a slight injury, so it's possible that she'd even be able to work through it, but you never know exactly how severe it's going to be. Vacating the title means that it is up for grabs for anyone to hang on to it. A shame for Violetta, but Haley getting the injury against her has only increased that feud Haley Kelly Torres also starting a feud. Layla Abelos Violetta also starting a feud, rejuvenating some old feuds from the early days of this competition. And here's where the injury came in. Violetta jumped off a 20-foot ladder onto Layla Abelos. The fans went crazy. It got you a holy shit moment. But at what cost? We have yet to quite see. All we know is that's a nice boost for the greatest championship. And we will have to see how Eduardo handles the injury here. All I know is 5 3/4 star match is pretty darn good. But damn, you hate to see an injury, folks.
Nope.
Yeah, not ideal.
Wait, I mean, yes, we do. We hate to see it.
It's certainly a bummer.
We move on to the Toki Championship. This has been Conrad Supernova's belt. He dropped it a little bit to El Cuervo, but now, as El Cuervo's moved on, it is Jordan Amir, the Phantom Executionist, who won it just last pay-per-view, defending against Conrad, the former title holder, Ty Flaw, and Nightmare Blue. How did this match come together, Eduardo?
I mean, like, obviously, like, Jordan Amir won the Toki Championship, and Cordas was like, hey, that's my title, and they need a shot. But also, like, Typhoon and Nightmare Blue have been on, like, recent, very strong paths of careers, and they feel like they deserve a title shot as well. But it's gonna be a bit harder for them to, like, get into the action because they're gonna be, like, so distracted with their current feuds and trying to kick each other.
Yeah, that is the concern for Typhoon and Nightmare Blue. Both of them great wrestlers, but both very much caring more, as much or more about their very intense feud than they do about Jordan versus Conrad. Xander, who do you think is getting the nod?
Man. Jordan Amir.
Okay, you like Jordan Amir to retain. Walter, what about you?
There is no other choice than Jordan Amir to retain his championship.
Yeah, it feels like the right call. Do you concur, Eduardo?
Yeah, I mean, for this one, I do agree. It's gonna be Jordan Amir.
And look, Conrad Supernova, a huge morale boost being in a hot match, maintaining his role in the title picture. Says a lot how quickly morale can grow, even when the belt is not yours. 5 1/4 stars, a fine result here. The feud between Conrad and Jordan goes hot. It's a hot match in general. No holy shit moment on this one. But the Toki Championship goes gold, which is a huge accomplishment because I believe this belt at one point was bronze. And,
Yes.
Conrad Supernova and El Cuervo have combined to make quite the belt.
Yes, it started as bronze with zero prestige, so it's climbed a lot.
Yeah, Eduardo, any final thoughts here before we move on?
No, we should see the same thing happen to the greatest championship in a bit.
I certainly hope so. But for now, we move on to the Campeonato Ryan Championship. Alyssa Rose has had this belt for 2 months. She is defending in a ladder match against the corrupted Madison Marlowe. What does Madison need to do tonight to get the upset victory, Eduardo?
She's going to be like on the top of her game, like the best wrestling she's ever done. Because to beat like Annalisa Rose, who previously beat the Tower for this title, it's gonna be hard, especially as a ladder match, in which Annalisa Rose has had a lot of success in the past. But Madison Marlowe, she's been climbing slowly but surely. She's been trying to prove that she can take anyone in the ring. So try to do just that. I think like the fear will be that Alyssa Rose goes a bit like overconfident and doesn't like treat this an opponent of Marlowe's caliber as seriously as she should.
That has always been Alyssa's weakness, right? We know how talented she is. We know the ring general, entertainer, a lifelong wrestler who's willing to take risks with her acrobatic performances. We know what she can do. But Madison Marlowe should not be slept on. Xander, do you believe Alyssa retains, or do we have an upset on our hands?
Alyssa Rose retains.
Okay. You believe in Alyssa Rose. Walter, what about you?
I'm actually going to go with Madison Marlowe. I believe that this corruption will lead her to a championship.
Okay. We have the split decision by our announcers here. Eduardo, which one of them is right?
I think I'm gonna go with Madison Marlowe as well.
You have
That feels about right.
gone with Madison Marlowe. She does not quite get her way into face of the company status, but it is a huge boost for her. Alyssa taking the title loss hard, of course. But it's a 5.25 star match. And we will see no holy shit moment. Only a 2-point penalty, that minus 18 for the 2-month reign. But still a fine result. It'll be very interesting to see what your card looks like for the last pay-per-view, given how many titles have transferred tonight. But we have one more match on our hands. The Campeonato Andino Championship. This company started with Shuichiro Ishihara becoming the first champion, defending successfully repeatedly against Isamu Masucci. But now, it has been Isamu Masucci, the career killer, holding the title against Ishihara. Eduardo, can you talk a little bit about this feud and why it's been so defining for the Campeonato Luchasaur?
I mean, this has been like the era-defining feud. Like Ishihara and Masucci started this; they were like the first main event, and Ishihara was thought to be dominant. Except Masucci took the title for him once. Some people thought that it was like an accident, that shouldn't have happened, but and Ishihara seemingly demonstrated that by taking the title back. But now Masucci not only climbed his way back into the title, he climbed his way into face of the company, and he's been able to successfully defend this title for a while. And now anything can happen because this Masucci is not the same Masucci that Ishihara defeated almost so easily at the start of the year.
That is certainly true. Both of these wrestlers have had their moments at the top of the greatest belt that this company has to offer. Both of them have had their low points. I mean, this is what we talk about when we say the Campeonato de Luchasaur. Anyone can win on any given day. Like a 6-10, 6-8 record for these two wrestlers still puts them well above the majority of people in this company, simply because they're all fighting multi-man matches on a regular basis, and they all have their various peaks and valleys over the course of a competitive year. Walter, I'll start with you here. Which of these two wrestlers do you think is coming home with the Campeonato Andino belt?
I really do like that Eduardo has gone back to what is, one of his initial feuds, right? What has been one of the key marks of his company. It's very clear that he views Masucci and Ishihara as the two aces of his company. And I know, Eduardo has said, he doesn't really care about title changes happening at gold or bronze pay-per-views, but I think Masucci keeps the belt here, and you give Ishihara the main event championship win at the gold pay-per-view next month in something truly debilitating, like a teddy bear on a pole match.
Well, the teddy bear on a pole match is specifically the Nova Championship, but maybe there's something else on a pole. We'll see. Xander, which wrestler are you giving the win tonight?
Isamu Masucci.
Okay. Got 2 votes for Isamu. Eduardo, which button am I clicking?
I think we're gonna click the Isamu button.
Okay, so we're
sorry, the Ishihara button. I got them mixed up.
Okay, locking in Ishihara. I'm gonna take that silence as a yes because that's what's in my notes. That is a 6-star match to end the night. That is another title changing hands at Dying Light. An incredible name for a pay-per-view, incredible end to this pay-per-view with a 6-star match. That's exactly what you needed in that spot. Let's see. No holy shit moment. A plus 14 to the Campeonato Andino Championship, right? This is where a 2-month changing of hands doesn't matter if it only happens the one time. The game views that very differently, so it's still got the positive here. But let's see. what the ultimate score is tonight. It is a 5.75 star card, Eduardo. Well done. Put together one heck of a show. You had those couple 6-star matches early, battled your way consistently with this middle of the card, worked out quite well, and you ended on a high note. How are you feeling seeing how it all came together?
I mean, like, I expected a bit more stars, but I'm fine with this. A lot of the narratives that I wanted to push have been pushed, and I think that the pieces are set on the board for what's going to be the last run, the last split of the year.
Absolutely. Well, it's funny that you say you expected more stars, because outside of my 6-star card at the last pay-per-view, this is literally the highest anyone has ever gone on a pay-per-view. We will see if you are able to...
Jesus, we get it. You live in Los Angeles. Oh, wait, wrong meme.
Yeah, I mean, like, stop bragging about living in Los Angeles, bro.
It's really, that is the one complaint people have about me, is how I've really let the popularity of Los Angeles get to me. But at the end of the day, 5.75 star card is an incredibly admirable performance. 2 months ago at the 9th pay-per-view, that was enough to secure you a win, Eduardo. It also secured you a win at the 7th pay-per-view. So every other pay-per-view, your 5.75 has given you a win. We will see if it happens again tonight, but I believe, given that we started late, this is going to be the end of your journey on this stream. Any final notes you want to say to the fans before you go on tonight?
Yes, so over 4% are scary, bro. Never trust it. Take care, everyone.
Take care, buddy. Thanks for being here. Oh my goodness, what a performance from the Campeonato de Luchasaur. The 6-star is very difficult to get. The 0.4% really does speak to me, because I've said this to you before, Xander, both on this, on camera and off. I hate when the game punishes me with an injury when I did my best to manage my fatigue, right? Of all of his competitors, Violetta was the one with 0% fatigue, and she's the one who gets hit and forces him to vacate a title. But I think 5.75 is still a nice place to be. But
Listen, you got to get your doctor some work, or you're never going to be able to level up your physician's office.
Fun fact, minor injuries don't count. Why? I don't know. This game is weird. But since I know you love the game so much, Walter, and agree with all of its design choices and the philosophy with which it views wrestling, I'm sure you're ecstatic to tell us all about the Fall Brawl and what you have in store for us.
I've never said a negative word about my life, and anyone who says otherwise is just distributing fake news.
I mean, that's very fair. Do you have any real news to entice the folks at home on why they should be excited for Fall Brawl tonight?
Absolutely. Listen, Fall Brawl, we got a fucking hell of a card. And, going back to listen to the weekly show, I really feel like Chase didn't do this card justice in his excitement in the event package. So let me lay it all out for you. We have Cobra Gaston versus Kevin Bates, and Colton Scribner versus Virginia Warbler. The new Gaston brothers taking their feud with the catering crew back into singles action as all 4 men continue to feud both individually and as tag team champions. We have Tyler Devlin and Christopher Devlin's, I don't want to wager that the other one cannot pick 3 men or women in the SWA capable of defeating them and their tag team partners. This has led to Tyler Dynamite and Prodigious taking on the members of Chort, Wesley Lee Morris, and the Killers. Why Tyler Dynamite has chosen former members of Eternum and AR-60 and Kyle Lucha to take on the world champion Christopher Devlin and the tag team champions Hollywood Bound. Will Empress Kabuki finally lose her championship to Jessie Mallory, a choice I made purely to spite Xander by not letting Brooklyn Cambril into this match? We also have an unsanctioned match between Neon Wings and The Kingdom. And finally, in the main event, the match that I know Chase excited for, Ethan Wild and Chase in the SWA famous dog collar match.
I am indeed very excited for how these are going to blow off. You know, Chase has his spreadsheets. Canonically, Chase's spreadsheets are as robust as mine. So hopefully that spells some good things for him. We will have to jump in now to find out. Got our nice triple threat poster right here. The three faces of this company, Ethan Wild, Devlin, and Empress Kabuki, rightfully getting the spotlight. But we move to our first match of the night. It is Cobra Gaston versus Kevin Bates. And look, I like Kevin Bates, but I do have to ask the question, how did he end up in a pay-per-view title match?
You know, how does Kevin Bates end up anywhere, right? He just sort of walks into the room and he's got a match. But listen, the real story here is that he was in the right place at the right time to start this feud with Cobra Gaston. If I remember correctly, there was a bit of a moment where he said, well, I'll challenge anyone. Anyone out there on the roster that, walks through this door. And in came Kevin Bates back on the road to the Cup, where he lost to Cobra Gaston, who was furious about something that happened the week before. He just wanted to beat the crap out of somebody. He then had a submission match for the Theodore Vincent Heritage title at the Harold G. Vincent Cup, and then has lost a few tag matches, whether it's to the Scribner family or to the New Gaston brothers. But they did, as members of the catering crew, were successful against the Scribner family just a few weeks street fight, to which the New Gaston brothers decided to come out and reap their vengeance, not only beating them in tag team action last week, but also challenging them individually to singles matches here at Fall Brawl.
Absolutely. This has been a feud that's been going on for a bit. Cobra Gaston, it's been a very one-sided experience, but it's one-sided for anyone against Cobra Gaston when he has won 12 straight matches. Xander, I feel silly asking this question given what you think of Kevin Bates, but is there any chance in your mind that Kevin Bates could secure an upset tonight?
No. No, he can't.
Walter, is he right?
No, Kevin Bates goes into the ambulance and gets driven away like the fucking jabroni he is. Don't you dare disrespect Cobra Gaston like that.
Look, man, I like Kevin Bates, I truly do. But yeah, this was never going to happen. This is Cobra Gaston all the way. It's a 5 1/4 star match. The interesting story really going a long way here. A nice boost for the Theodore Vincent Heritage title. Something Cobra Gaston has held very well since its very beginning. It gets the catering crew and New Gaston brothers feud hot, which I'm sure will be helpful when Virginia Warbler and Colton Scribner battle later tonight. But yeah, quite the dominant win for Cobra Gaston to start off the evening. We move on. You talked about this match a little bit in the pay-per-view, Walter. Prodigy versus Short in this 3-on-3. What should fans be looking for in this match?
You know, I think the thing here is that there's sort of kind of a question among the members of Short, particularly Ethan Wild, that has been told to me by Ethan Wild, of why Tyler Dynamite go after Christopher Devlin. Why would he, when the men's championship is really the belt to hold, right? It is a real championship. He doesn't have to cheat in the same ways that Christopher Devlin does. He doesn't have to put his guy as the referee. Why doesn't he try to go after a real championship? He understands there's some bad blood between Dynamite and Devlin based on Dynamite's, being kicked out of Dominatus Tenebris. But if he really wanted revenge on Dominatus Tenebris, why did he join Prodigy? Why didn't he join Short? Why didn't he join another group of gentlemen much like himself that are at the top of the SWA ladder, and they could have together been the ones to knock off Dominatus Tenebris? When Christopher Devlin reached out, Ethan Wild was touched that Chris thought of him. He did say, I would be in this match myself, but unfortunately I do have to deal with the case in the main event. But don't worry, I'll take care of your challengers, and maybe after we've defeated Tyler, maybe you and I can talk about a unification match at Winter Zone. Of course, Prodigy is here to show that Christopher Devlin was wrong, that there is no 3 men on this roster that Devlin could choose that would be able to beat the combined power of Prodigious and Tyler Dynamite.
That is the ultimate question here. We know what Wesley Lee Morris and the Killas are capable of. Dead Killer, Legend Killer, both proven themselves in their tag matches and in their own right. But is that enough, Xander, for you to pick them against Prodigy?
No, never. I'll never root against Prodigy. Will never happen.
Okay. You're continuing your support for Prodigy. Is that support going to be validated tonight here, Walter?
Absolutely, because like Tyler Dynamite said in the last weekly, listen, like Walter is holding off on Tyler Dynamite and Christopher Devlin and Prodigious versus Hollywood Bound until Winter Zone, and you are correct. Got to keep them strong, got to give them some pretty good competition, keep everybody kind of hot. As you can see, they put on a very hot match, and you do see there have been some additional feuds started because of this, and who knows, maybe the fallout of Winter Zone will extend farther beyond just Prodigy and Dominatus Tenebris.
Perhaps that is indeed the case. I do like that this does start that total war feud between Prodigy and Short. 2 incredible factions finally going head-to-head. Any excuse to kick these feuds off, I think, is a worthwhile one, and I do look forward to seeing how that evolves over time. But for now, we move on. Kingdom Come versus the Irish Lads. What brings these two to the ring tonight?
The thing is that after Drew King got his win last week against Patty Gilman, he said, you know what, Jules? I think we need another tag match, right? I think we need to do this. I think I need to prove to you that you leaving the Lads was the best decision for you. I know we haven't been very successful. I know you've lost to Devlin a couple of times. I know we haven't won much as tag teams, but let me prove to you that this was the right decision. And Jules went, Drew, calm down. I don't regret it. You're right. I made the right decision, and you've done everything you've promised me. And sure, we haven't had the success yet, but I believe it will happen. And Drew King said, listen, I get it. I understand. You need to do this for me to prove it to you. So I talked to Walter. I said, listen, let me give you a bunch of money. I want to wrestle the Irish Lad. And funnily enough, Walter said, no, Drew, I don't need your money. I think it's a great idea. I like the idea of you two really proving it not only to yourselves, but to the Lads, that letting Jules Murphy go was a mistake, that not supporting him more was a mistake, because I see a lot of good things on the horizon for him. So you can have your match all right. It can be you versus the Irish Lads.
I like this from a narrative perspective. I've always been a fan of Jules Murphy, and the idea that he's bringing out the best in Drew King, something I can support. Though, of course, Craig Opley, Patty Gilman, both faces that I would love to see be successful, perhaps in other contexts. Xander, who do you think is getting the win tonight?
I think I will be taking the win after seeing the card that Walter's putting together. I think it's a no-brainer that it's just not enough. But beyond that, I guess if I have to root for one of these two shenanigans, it's going to be the Irish lads.
Wow. Hurtful, I would say. But also, correct me if I'm wrong, Walter, entirely incorrect.
Listen, there's some truth to what Xander has to say, right? I only have half a point. There's no 9-point shot here for me to win a round and shoot my way up to the top. So you know what? Yeah, I'm narrative champion for a reason, Xander. I don't give a shit about the scores. I care about the story, and god damn it, Jules Murphy and Drew King are gonna get the win. Drew gets to celebrate finally with Jules doing something successful. Kingdom Come gets the win.
Kingdom Come, indeed. A well-deserved victory. It's a 5 1/4-star match, and hit to the morale and overness of the Irish lads with nothing they can't handle. A nice victory here. No holy shit moments yet for the night, but it is still early on in this card. We will see what this means for Kingdom Come in the long run. I have some big hopes in mind for what you've been building for the Kingdom through this tag, but we do move on. Maester Gomez, the Mildred S. Robinson Cup champion, defending against Aiko Haruka. Can you tell the folks at home who haven't watched the weeklies, Walter, how that came together?
Yeah, so back about 3 weeks ago, there was a 4-way women's match, women's 4-way, to determine who would be the number one for the Mildred S. Robinson Cup. Obviously, Trixie Albright has been suspended this month because of as consequences for her actions at end times that did take place in her hometown of insert city name here. So we needed a new number one contender, and Aiko Haruka was able to defeat Mei Fukushima, Amanda Ace, and Consequencia. Why would Consequencia be interested in challenging her tag team partner for her championship? Then 2 weeks ago, there was a match between Aiko Haruka and Mei Fukushima where they bested telenovela because Consequencia pushed Maester Gomez out of the way of Aiko Haruka's finisher and took the pin herself. We've seen telenovela use these blind tags to great success. Usually Consequencia ends up taking a shot after Maester Gomez had tagged herself in, and then she comes in and cleans up the fight. But no, this time Consequencia pushed her partner out of the way, kind of a touching gesture, and that leads to this match here between Maester Gomez and Aiko Haruka.
It's been quite the battle for Aiko to get here. She finally got her first win as a solo competitor after going 0-10 to this point. The question is, with that momentum and with the tag victory that we just saw, we just heard Walter get into his end. Do you believe that Aiko has what it takes to upset Maester Gomez tonight?
No, Maester Gomez.
Okay, a man of...
Maester Gomez is winning. I mean, Aiko's cool and all, but Maester's winning. Maester's gonna put her in the dirt.
Well, Walter, is he right?
It's interesting that you say it so definitively, because Chase, if you wouldn't mind adding...
Are you looking
the
for
interference? Distraction.
Okay, because interference is possible here.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, but
yeah,
you're looking for a Consequencia distraction to lead to a Maester Gomez victory.
That is correct. And
5-star match.
And weirdly enough, Maester Gomez isn't thrilled with Consequencia getting involved. And as you see over the course of the match, Aiko Haruka certainly is a probably the better wrestler, right? The one-on-one technical wrestler. But Maester Gomez is certainly holding her own, countering some good moves. And, it almost looks like Maester Gomez could have won that match without Consequencia's involvement. Consequencia, hopping into the ring, raising her friend's arm alongside the referee, patting her on the back, saying, you did it. You can tell that she's trying to gas up her friend. And her friend is, Maester's kind of like, hey, what the hell? Like, I had that. Like, I appreciate it, but I had it. But both of them still walking out of the ring together. Again, Consequencia at the top of the ramp, raising Maestro Gomez's arm, and Aiko Haruka looking less than amused at the actions of Consequencia.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tough position to be in as a tag partner here. You want Maester to retain, but you have to trust her to get the victory. And it would have been a 5.5-star match had Consequencia not gotten involved. But it is 5 stars. It's still a very strong performance, a nice boost for the Mildred S. Robinson Cup. And Maester Gomez, as a champion, continues to be a fascinating wrestler to watch. We will see what this means for the relationship between Maester and Consequencia moving forward. But for now, we move on. Colton Scribner, Virginia Warbler. We talked about the catering crew, New Gaston Brothers. We saw that feud go hot earlier, but these two have been feuding long before that tag team was put into effect.
Yes, they have been feuding for quite a while, particularly over the Theodore Vincent Memorial Cup when there have been these multi-man matches, when Colton Scribner has defended the brass ring multiple times. Virginia Warbler, he blames the destruction of the Gaston brothers and the collapse of his friendship with Cobra Gaston on Colton Scribner, and even to a greater extent, Livia Scribner. So he has tried his best to take his vengeance on them when it's clear Cobra wants nothing to do with him. He doesn't even want to fight him anymore. Cobra beat him in their feud, and he doesn't think there's a reason for him to even engage with Virginia Warbler. And that's why Colton Scribner steps up and says, listen, he's our brother now. He's our family now. And if you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. There's a dumpster out back. You can go find his and that leads us here to this street fight match.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's going to take a lot for Virginia to get the upset here. Do you believe in it, Xander?
Do I believe in the upset? No, I don't. No, I don't. Not even a little. Not even a tiny bit. No part of me believes in it.
Walter, I get the sense you're not going to shock the world here with your prediction.
The funny thing, and no, Colton Scribner is going to get the win and ultimately win this feud.
Woo, 6 stars. Sorry, please continue.
I'm just going to absorb that for a minute, and I appreciate it. Way to go, Crusher. I truly appreciate it. You truly, truly appreciate it. I feel bad for a guy like Virginia Warbler, right? I actually did have some kind of like high expectations, high thoughts of what I might want to do. And of course the feud got hot. Of course it went hot. Yep, went hot right when I blew it off.
But you know what else happened? Virginia Warbler is back to being over with the fans. That is a 4-3 now, rather than a 3-2. And oh, by the way, your first holy shit moment of the night is Colton Scribner suplex Virginia Warbler from the apron through a table outside. I feel like a lot more positive came from this, and I would not get hung up on the feud going hot there. If only because
absolutely,
when you resurrect it for season 2, you'll be in that much of a better spot.
Well, and that was one of my thoughts, where maybe if I had been closer to resurrecting the Virginia Warbler Cobra Gaston feud, perhaps this would have been a great time to let Virginia get a win and finally be like, no, you know what? I'm gonna go win my friend back. But I think I still have a few months until I can do that. So unfortunately, Virginia is the one staring up at lights after getting bashed in the face with a trash can by Colton Scribner.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's a well-deserved win for Colton. Virginia, better luck next time. But we move on. Neon Lads, which is a combination of Neon Wings and Connor Creedon, their manager, now part of this trio, versus The Kingdom with Ryan Gill, Seb, Ashton, and Bryson, the former title holders. Walter, what brings these two to this unsanctioned match tonight?
Ever since the Neon Lads won the Trios Championships off of The Kingdom at end times in a reverse of what Xander thought I should do, these two have been feuding. They had a brawl. They had I think it was a biker bar brawl the week after. And, now that things have settled a little bit, The Kingdom still said, hey, wait a minute, those are still our fucking belts. Like, we're not done with you yet. We want our fucking championships back. And Neon Lads Let's go. What do you got? Come on. And this has been great. I believe this has really done a lot for Ace Carter and Vance Eagles, right? I think they really needed to get a belt on them. They really needed to get out there. Now, here's the thing is they haven't really had to try and duke it out on the microphone with the Kingdom, which I know Xander understands that the Kingdom, they're very good on the microphone. Parole on a roll, they really know how to slander a competitor, if you know what I mean. And, maybe that's what this feud needs to really, really, juice it up, is maybe there shouldn't have been a match tonight. Maybe there should have been some sort of promo battle or something, but that's not what we get. We're getting this unsanctioned match between Neon Lads and the Kingdom.
Well, I, for one, am very excited to see Neon Lads in the ring, if only because we have multiple risk-taking, gifted acrobats, tag team specialists who all know how to put on one hell of a show. It's one of those things Connor Creedon fits in immediately. May not be the tag team specialist, but he has those two core traits that have defined Ace Carter and Vance Eagles, and why so many of their matches have been high rating and fun for the fans, even when they don't win. But now as champions, it just gives them that much more power. Xander, I know how you feel about Neon Wings, which is why I preempted you with a lot of positive comments here. Who are you predicting to win this match?
Kingdom. I'm not predicting. Neon who? Neon sign? Neon. No.
He's just mad he can't pull off the electric blue.
It's true. It's a great electric blue. So one thing, Connor Creedon does need to change his outfit, I think, to match their neon flare. But other than
I have thought about that, honestly. I have really thought.
Love it. Oh, man. Who's getting the win here, Walter?
I said I was going to do the opposite of what Xander's been saying all night, so I think we're going to stick with the Neon Lads here. It's worked out pretty well for me so far.
It sure has. 6-star match. Work to the strengths of these competitors.
Get fucked, nerd.
Neon Lads know how to put on a show. You hate because you ain't. That's really all that comes down to. And here's a holy shit moment on top of it. Connor Creedon suplexing Ryan Gill onto the apron, slaying his head hard on the edge. The fans going crazy. A nice 25-point experience boost for the Trios Championship. Xander, are you willing to admit that maybe you were wrong on this one?
Nope.
Well, it was worth a shot, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to move on.
What was it?
I don't know that that's your call. The first bit is, the second bit, I'm not sure.
I do what I want.
That is undeniably
Xander
true.
goes where he pleases.
Well, we move on now to one heck of an interesting match. The Lads, Amanda Ace and Angelina Cardinal, versus Made in Japan, Talia Adler and Psycho Sahana. Now, I know how half of this match came together, but Walter, walk me through what brings these two tags to a First Blood match tonight.
It's the thing is that after last week, Psycho Sahana demanding Angelina Cardinal's attention by brutalizing Amanda Ace in a street fight, staring into the camera afterwards and asking, "Do I have your attention?" This is because Psycho Sahana has been tasked by the Empress Kabuki to end Angelina Cardinal's career. I never want to see her again. She should never challenge for my championship again. If you need to. And Psycho Sahana has really taken that to heart. She took her loss to Angelina Cardinal in that street fight at end times really, really personally. She feels like she let down the Empress, this woman who so graciously accepted what was once a usurper into the fold and to teach her the ways of the demon herself, and feels that she owes it to the Empress to take out Angelina Cardinal. She has evoked the spokeswoman of the Empress, Talia Adler, to join her side. And, Amanda Ace, I can confirm she has been cleared by her doctors, but she's really banged up. And, perhaps having the third woman out there, Layla Hertz, will be helpful to the women of the Lads, of the faction, the Lads, not like their partners or anything. They're just part of the same faction, to maybe get an maybe protect Amanda Ace a little bit from the sadistic nature of Psycho Sahana in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen Seiko Sahana coming after Angelina in multiple matches, cost her a chance to potentially challenge the Empress. But whenever Psycho Sahana's been tracked down by Angelina one-on-one, it's been Psycho who has been running away. Xander, who do you think's getting the win tonight?
I don't want to root for either of them, so I guess I like Layla Hurts the most, so I guess I'm rooting for the lads.
You are rooting for the lads here in this case. Fascinating. Well, Walter, is he right?
You know what? I think I'm going to do the opposite thing again. Can we get Psycho Sahana and Talia Adler to Lena Cardinal in handcuffs and beat Amanda Ace to the brink of death in front of her?
I did not know about the handcuffs, folks. That's brutal. But that sure is going to win you a first blood match. It's a 4 1/4 star match and a morale hit to Angelina Cardinal. But look at that. Talia Adler got up from Angelina Cardinal's finisher before asking her to hit another. That's 30 creativity points right there. It's a nice first blood boost from an experience perspective. But man, oh man, I have to imagine Angelina is furious after the result of this match. Is that right?
Yes, she is screaming, she is crying over her fallen friend. Psycho Sahana and Talia Adler very quick to get out of the ring and taunt Angelina Cardinal from a safe distance while our ring crew got some to break the handcuffs. And I don't know if I told you the other outcome that I thought I had for this chase, but this is the one I decided in the moment just to rub Xander's nose in it.
Fantastic. Well, I'm not sure if I remember either, but if I do, I won't say a word because I like the one that you ended up with. But we do move on. Heizo Ogawa. This is the thing about the Stanford Wrestling Alliance. You have numerous wrestlers with a 0 in that loss column. You are never afraid to build up a monster like the stoic shoot fighter Heizo Ogawa. He's taking on Kaiichi Sakurai tonight in a straight head-to-head match because these are both stiff workers that love non-gimmick matches in a pure company like yours. What brings Kaiichi Sakurai?
And they've never had a non-gimmick match, right? This has been one of the was originally kind of like a submission belt. Then we built the shoot fight gimmick. You know, we have some of these, cage matches, all of these things, and they've never just had a normal wrestling match. And that is what Kaiichi Sakurai challenged Heizo Ogawa to. You know, ever since he lost the belt to Heizo Ogawa and was betrayed by his former dojo mate and sensei in Kaito Sakura, he's kind of been a man without a purpose. And then a month or so ago, he returned. He stared down Wesley Lee Morris after Wesley Lee Morris had decided he was going to take his rage out on Rey Sangre for defeating him at the Cup. There was a little bit of some interactions going on there, some teasing, and then Made in Japan interfered in the Wesley Lee Morris Kaiichi Sakurai match at End Times, brutally beat. So Kaiichi Sakurai has returned his sights to his former rival in Heizo Ogawa, determined to take the belt off of him.
Yeah, we have seen both Kaito Sakura and Heizo Ogawa take blows against Kaiichi Sakurai. This is a long-running feud here. Xander, I have to ask, is tonight the night that Heizo Ogawa finally falls, or does he maintain his 7th-month streak as the SWA Intercontinental Champion?
It continues. It sure does. It continues. Heizo Ogawa, he's just, the GOAT. Sakurai's a lame piece of garbage who shouldn't even be in the ring. So.
Wow, that is harsh words for the 7-5 4-3 that I'm pretty sure you've liked on some occasions.
Not tonight.
Clearly not tonight. Is he right, Walter?
You would be correct in this instance. Heizo Ogawa is going to take the victory.
He does indeed take the victory with a 4 3/4 star match. It is a hot match. As you can see, Kaiichi Sakurai almost getting his way towards face of the company status. About as close as you can get. It did give you the holy shit moment you were looking for. As Heizo Ogawa hit Kaiichi Sakurai with 3 consecutive finishers. Also missed this earlier than Amanda Ace. Not thrilled at the moment. But here's something you'll be thrilled by. The Intercontinental Championship. Now a gold star belt thanks to the work of Heizo Ogawa. That's got to feel pretty good, Walter.
Yeah, I think that's 4 gold championships that I have now. That's
Cut out on my end.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that's now my 4th gold championship, and that makes me pretty happy.
Yeah, as well it should, my friend. But we do move on. Devontae Harrell taking on Raka in a street fight match. And I believe this is a feud blow-off, if I recall correctly, because we're seeing the consequence in the parentheses here. What brings these two to fight in the street fight match once and for all?
Yeah, so again, this is a byproduct of some of the multi-man matches we did early on in the SWA over the Theodore Vincent Cup and the Brass Ring. Both of these gentlemen have come to me in the last month or so and said, "Hey, boss, you're not using us enough." And I said, "Yeah, you know what? You're right. Let me get you in some more matches. Let me get some more work out of you because." Devontae, I know Prodigious and Tyler Dynamite, they're both, right there looking at world titles potentially. You have been kind of floating on your own off to the wayside. Raka, again, kind of just like, hey, whenever I need another body, hey, you know what, Raka, go ahead, get out there. Raka defeated Eddie Davis 2 weeks ago. Devontae Harrell losing to Assassino 3 weeks ago as vengeance for how Devontae Harrell kind of beat up Eddie Davis at end times or just prior to end times. So these two guys both looking to try and gain some momentum, get some wins under their belts here to maybe challenge for one of the other belts. There's been a lot of chase with Ethan Wild. Maybe I need another contender for the men's championship. Kaiichi Sakurai and Heizo Ogawa, there's been a lot of competition there. Maybe I need to send somebody else into there. Maybe I need to send somebody else against Cobra Gaston. But tonight in this match, it's Devontae Harrell and Raka in a street fight.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, I think both of these competitors have had their struggles over the last few months. I mean, they're 1 and 8 respectively, which is tough to see, but a win for either one of them would go such a long way. Xander, I think I know who you're going to pick, but I want to hear you say it anyway. Who are you picking tonight?
Really? It's a question? I'm picking Raka. Look how talented he is. Guy sucks. Give me Devontae Harrell. Clean him up. Put him in the trash can.
Yes, Prodigy, the one set of faces you will root for is...
Well, they were heels when I started, but I digress, okay?
Hey, that's how they get you. That's how they get you, bro.
I followed the narrative, all right? I followed the narrative, accepted it. I like it. Walter did a great job with Mr. Tyson Morriso and everything he's done with Prodigy. I will never root against them, and I will definitely not be rooting against them in favor of some... I don't even have an insult for this guy.
You can call him a jabroni. You're good. You can call him a jabroni.
He's a random.
He's a random,
okay?
Wow.
He's a random.
You're calling him a jabroni. Does that mean you're not giving him the win?
No, he's not winning. Devontae Harrell is.
That's right.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Good stuff, Walter. Good stuff.
A 5-star match.
Great match.
Devontae Harrell getting...
No, Harrell, not Merrill.
I know. I misspoke. That's on me.
Well, I just wanted to jump in and highlight it before you could move past it quickly.
It's a nice blow-off victory. 4 1/4 star feud. We do get a holy shit moment here. Devontae Harrell suplexing.
Of course he gets a holy shit moment.
Hey, you have not always been as generous as you are here.
I sure will be with Devontae Harrell.
That's good to hear. That's good for Walter to keep in mind as he prepares for the last gold pay-per-view of the year, I am sure.
Devontae Harrell wins the world championship instead of Tyler Dynamite? What? No, that's definitely not happening.
I mean, they're all prodigy. I feel like it could be a yes and to be sure. But we'll move on. Empress Kabuki, the SWA Women's Champion, 10-0, same record as Hazu Ogawa, going up against the 10-7 Jessie Mallory, who would love to start her journey towards becoming a face of the company with a title win tonight in this 2/3 falls match. Walter, can you talk a little bit about the journey that Jessie Mallory had to go through to earn this opportunity tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jessie Mallory was the first Mildred champion, winning that battle royale way back in the day at New Year's Slam, having some great feuds with Brooklyn Cambrille, with just a whole bunch of people, eventually losing the belt to Brooklyn Cambrille. And, you know, Xander, when I put together the qualifications on the weekly shows to get to this match, behind the scenes, my initial plan was this should be Brooklyn Cambrille. It should be Brooklyn Cambrille versus Empress Kabuki. I think that's got a great story to it. It would drive you nuts because I know you love both of those competitors. So that was how I said everything. I had Jessie Mallory defeat Angelina Cardinal because of the Psycho Sahana distraction. I had Brooklyn Cambrille defeat Raven, and I was all set up for Brooklyn Cambrille to beat Jessie Mallory in the main event 1 week ago. But then when we were looking back at it, Jessie Mallory defeated Brooklyn Cambrille, and that match was a blow-off. It was to finally blow off the feud, and I just couldn't let Jessie Mallory never defeat Brooklyn Cambrille. So at the last second, Jessie Mallory got the win in a last woman standing match because the Empress Kabuki wants to make sure that her competitors have the conditioning, have the will to actually put on the type of match that she is known for. So Jessie Mallory gets that win, and now comes into, just 1 week later, a 2 out of 3 falls match against the Empress.
It is quite the match indeed. And look, I like Brooklyn Cambrille, but I like Jessie Mallory a lot too. The question is, Xander, do you believe, you know, her gimmick, she's got potential, but is that potential enough to take down the Empress tonight?
No.
No faith in Jessie Mallory, huh?
No faith.
If it was Brooklyn Cambrille, he'd be picking Brooklyn Cambrille. So
100%. But it's not. So
Xander, let me give you a little peek behind the curtain here. I guarantee you not the main event, but the women's championship match at Winter Zone will be Empress Kabuki versus Brooklyn Cambrille.
I can't wait for that.
I will write that in stone. I don't know how I'm going to get there yet, but I'll fucking write that in stone. That's going to happen.
There you go. Which means I imagine that the Empress is indeed winning tonight?
Well, it'd kind of be hard to do a women's championship match with the Empress and Brooklyn Cambrille at Winter Zone if she lost tonight.
That sure is true, but I need to hear it before I click the button anyway, because I've hurt people before. It's a 5.5-star match. Jessie, unfortunately, is not going to maintain her face of the company journey, but that's okay. She hadn't even officially started it in the first place, so no harm, no foul on that point. Empress Kabuki hitting Jessie Mallory with her finisher off the top rope. That's another 30 creativity points. And I just want to point out, Walter, you have, I believe, 6 holy shit moments so far tonight, which may be the most I've seen from you on a single pay-per-view, and we still got 2 matches left. How are you feeling as we head into this final stretch?
You know, decent. This card very much is a lot of setup for Winter Zone. I am putting a lot of eggs in one basket with Winter Zone. I think the storytelling that I have done over the course of the entire year has been well worth it. It will pay off. And I know at the end of our next stream in 2 weeks, I will still be the one, the only undisputed narrative champion.
Undisputed is a bold statement, but certainly that is a title that we will have to pry off of your cold, dead hands. We do move on. Dominatus Tenebris versus the artist formerly known as Eternum, Kyle Lucha, and AR60. You talked a little bit in the preview of how this match came together, but what does it mean to both sides of this match? Because obviously, for Christopher Devlin and Hollywood Bound, these are two champions of their own respective belts who do not tolerate failure, do not tolerate defeat as an acceptable option. But you have to imagine these former Eternum guys care a lot about coming together and putting out a strong performance tonight.
You know, the funny thing about this is that Dominatus Tenebris sent an emissary, sent Thomas Austin to me to tell me who their choice was for Tyler Dynamite and Prodigious's opponents, and they said it's Short. We're gonna send Short. We already talked to Ethan. He that whatever. I said, oh, okay, like, yeah, sure, like, whatever you guys want to do makes sense to me. I'm not surprised you guys went to Short. And they said, what do you mean by that? I was like, I'm not surprised. Chris and Evan, like, they see, you know, Ethan, they seem to have like a pretty decent relationship. So I went and I told Tyler, and it's funny enough, Algenico was walking by when I was talking to Tyler Dynamite, and you know, he walked up, he said, hey, you know, what are you guys talking about? I said, oh yeah, you know, Short is going to be Chris Devlin's champions for this match this weekend. And Algenico was like, oh, have you picked somebody yet, Tyler? And he's like, well, you know, I was thinking about calling Connor Cretan, seeing if anybody, you know, any of the lads wanted to, but you know, I guess I really hadn't decided anybody. And Algenico said, listen, let us do it. And Tyler and I were like, us? Who do you mean us? Like, you and M60, you guys need one more. And he's Kyle still. Right? Like, we all talk. Like, just because we're not a faction doesn't mean we don't talk. I mean, you know, Dan doesn't really talk to us anymore. But the three of us, you know, we talk. We occasionally talk to Rick when he's around. And, you know, he offers advice. And just because we're not an official faction doesn't mean anything. And I was like, okay, well, you know, Tyler, up to you, dude. And he's like, yeah, no, if AR60 and Kyle Lucha want to be my champions, like, yeah, I think that's a fucking great idea. It would give them a great opportunity to, you know, prove maybe they deserve to be the number one contender after Winter Zone when we defeat Hollywood Bound. Maybe it'd kind of be nice to see them one up Short by, you know, beating the champions while Short loses to us. Like, it'd be great. And that's where we're at. Christopher Devlin did say that he was embarrassed that this is the only three men in the locker room willing to work with Tyler Dynamite, which I find funny because Tyler Dynamite is in a faction with 4 other men, so it seems like there's at least 7 guys back there that want to work with him. But Christopher Devlin's a champion, and, you know, I understand that maybe this isn't necessarily the level of competition that he was expecting.
I mean, look, I don't think there's any level of competition in which Devlin would have said, man, I'm so impressed by what they put together. They sure have shown me. Like, that's just not, I think, in Devlin's vocabulary.
You know, it is funny you say that. I do want to interject because there is one man that Christopher Devlin has said that he respects and thinks that is on his level, and it is, in fact, Short's leader, Ethan Wild. He spoke very highly of him in his letter that Thomas Austin gave to me. He said he really wanted Ethan to be the one in that match. He thought he could think of no better person to knock Tyler Dynamite's stupid block off than Ethan Wild. And, you know, when I got here today and I told him, yeah, hey, you know, Ethan's actually in a champ wrestling 2 matches in one night, Christopher Devlin called me a fucking piece of shit and to get out of his locker room. So take that as you will. You know, I think it says a lot that unfortunately Short with Wesley Lee Morris and the Killers were not able to beat Tyler Dynamite and Prodigious. Maybe Ethan Wild would have made the difference, but I can say Ethan and Chris think very highly of each other.
Well, that's all well and good, but the question is, Xander, do you think highly enough of these former Eternum members that they could get the edge over Dominatus Tenebris tonight?
Sure do. I like Algenico and M60, okay? I really do. I know it's an entirely face orientation against Dominatus Tenebris, who are heels. I don't care. I like Algenico and M60. I've liked them since the short maneuvers. I'm gonna root for him.
it would essentially be the only safe way to give any of these wrestlers a loss. The question is, Walter, whether that's what you're aiming for, if you have a different narrative plan in mind.
Xander, I need you to think for a second. Like, really think. Why the fuck would I give either of my champions a loss a month before they're gonna have a championship match? Like, come on. Like, no, Dominatus Tenebris wins this.
No. I understand that. It was who I wanted to win, not who I expected to win.
I understand that, and I do think it says a lot about the fact that it's that tag team, it's AR60, and it's Kyle Lucha in this spot. And I can't tell you, Down Under, when they heard that the lads were in the running for it and they didn't end up being chosen, they came to me and they were pretty pissed off. They were like, damn, it should have fucking been us. Like, what do you mean you're putting AR60 in that match? That's kind of bullshit, don't you think? And I was like, listen, it was Tyler's like it, go talk to Tyler. And they walked away pretty pissed off at me. Again, wasn't my decision, so I don't know why they're mad at me. But yeah, I truly do think the world of AR60 and Kyle Lucha, and really respect that they were willing to put themselves kind of in the middle of this faction feud when they are not a faction in and of itself.
Well, I have to say the narrative you have written reflects the gameplay element, because Dominatus Tenebris unhappy with the match they just were forced to fight, seemed entirely uninterested in
they
the
suck
feud
anyway.
that was put together. But we saw these former tournament members, a little bit of an overness hit, a little bit of a morale hit, nothing that they can't handle. And indeed, both Prodigy and Dominatus Tenebris stand strong heading into the road to Winter Zone. We have one more match in store for us, ladies and gentlemen. It is the dog collar match. Now, Walter...
I'm sorry, that is the famous dog collar match.
Excuse me, you're absolutely right. The SWA's famous dog collar match for the SWA Men's Championship tonight. Ethan Wild, the leader of Chort, the 9-0 wrestler as far as the matches that he counts as valid, going up against Chase, the master of spreadsheets, a warrior with an Excel background. Walter, tell the folks at home, one, what a dog collar match is in case they missed the first iconic dog collar match you put together, and two, how it is that Chase earned the right to challenge Ethan Wild for a second time, despite the events of last pay-per-view.
Let's start with Chase, because he has been placed into this position because time after time when I tried to hold him down early, the fans just got behind him. Special about the Warrior Chase that the fans really, really got behind. They really cheered him. They really connected with him in a way that I don't think any other babyface on our roster has been able to accomplish. And because of that, I feel strangely compelled to give him opportunities to play to the fans, right? At the end of the day, I am a promoter, and you want to put the people that are going to generate buzz, the people that are going to generate hype, the people that are going to get the audience going and excited into matches. There's a reason Surfista Hermano Santos and Rey Sangre are not on this card. They don't do that. They don't invoke joy the same way that Chase does. And, despite what happened at End Times, the cash-in by Daniel Stevenson before the match had even started to make it a triple threat, Chase kind of getting fucked over by that, if I'm going to be blunt, planning on giving him a rematch here. This is his third attempt at Ethan, and I do think this will be his third strike if he is not able to win this match. But I didn't tell anybody this, and Ethan took it upon himself to beat down Axel Dust in the parking lot last week. They took it upon themselves to ambush him. They took it upon themselves to destroy him. He is okay. He is definitely banged up. He is not here tonight. I will confirm that he is not here tonight, and that Chase will be doing this on his own. But I have also told the members of Chort they are not allowed to go out there. They are not allowed near the ring. They need to stay in the back. They still need to recuperate from their match earlier against prodigy, and that the doctors will not clear them for that until after this match happens. If any of them interfere, they will be suspended. Now, while that does not directly collar match is inherently, it is inherently a no disqualification match. It is my hope that Ethan and Chase will do this one-on-one. And speaking of dog collar match, a dog collar match is when both competitors have a collar, usually a leather collar, hence why it's a dog collar match, belted around their necks. Give them room to breathe. We're not trying to choke them out. This isn't a kink thing or anything. And then a strap is connected between the two collars so that the men can't get any more than, I want to say, like 10 feet away from each other, right? This is about keeping your opponent close. A lot of people will utilize the strap as a weapon inherently of itself, whipping their opponent. And, Chase, it's funny you say, since I've done the first match, I have done 4 dog collar matches in the history of the SWA.
Excuse me.
Back at New Beginnings, Ethan won the SWA Men's Championship from Craigopoly in a dog collar match.
Yes.
Then, months later, at Beach Break, he defeated Daniel Stevenson in a dog collar match. And this will now be Ethan Wild's 3rd dog collar match. But Chase, there was one more dog collar match. And do you know who was in that match?
I mean, clearly I have forgotten. So please correct me.
Axel Dust, Chase's tag team partner. So if there is anyone in the SWA that could teach Chase how to win a dog collar match like they've done, it's not going to be Ethan, but it could be Axel Dust.
That would be a fascinating turn. I will say, Chase, you have enough spreadsheets. You should have known that Ethan Wild's 3-0 in these to this point. Maybe not the call.
2-0.
2-0, excuse me.
2-0, my apologies, 2-0.
So 2 more matches than I would like for Ethan Wild to have won for a gimmick that Chase got to choose here. All I'm saying is I feel like his spreadsheets may be missing a column. Xander, do you think Chase pulls it off? Do you believe in a Chase champion in the SWA?
Oh my god, this is such a weird timeline. Because I could see Walter doing it just for fun and giving Chase the win, but I think Ethan Wild puts the dog collar on him.
Walter, do you think Chase winning would be fun?
Not in this instance, because there is a different story to tell with young Ethan Wild. Ethan Wild defeats Chase and will in dog collar matches in the SWA.
And that's a Chase injury, folks. You talked about that being a thing you were perfectly happy with last month. This month, he should not have been at risk, but this 5-star match does end.
Injuries everywhere.
0.9% chance, by the way. Just give us a 1% injury is all I'm asking you. Just if you're going to injure somebody, let it be because we earned it. That's all I ask. Well, it was a hot match. And I guess this gives you an excuse to bring it back later if you want, Walter, since the injury feud is going to increase the hype of this Greatest Wrestler feud. Ethan Wild spitting in Chase's face when he asked for a handshake. That sounds about right.
I mean, that's just dumb of Chase. No offense, buddy, but that's fucking dumb.
Yeah, he shouldn't have.
Why would you try to shake Ethan Wild's hand?
I'm just saying, I feel like a column in that spreadsheet went missing. But in any case, that is a 3rd strike for Chase. He is out for an unknown period of time as of right now. But Walter, you end with a 5.25 star card. How are you feeling at the end of this?
That feels like bullying. I feel like that was higher than 5.25 star card.
Yeah, I guess the 4.25 and the 4.75 got dropped, but I think you only dropped 2 with a 12-star card. So the 5 stars actually pull the card down, and getting the 5-star doubled, unfortunately. I think you get to 5.5 if the Empress Kabuki match is doubled, or if the Neon Lads versus the Kingdom match is doubled. But them's the breaks. No way to predict that, I suppose.
Well, I hope Chase enjoys his broken arm. That'll be fun.
How is this my fault? I'm on your side. I've been nothing but a fan. Oh, well, that's what you get with this game sometimes, I suppose.
What'd you say? Them's the breaks.
Yeah, I guess so. And the breaks happened to Chase this time around. But speaking of breaks, we're about to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in just a couple minutes to pick up on Xander and my card as we try to catch up to Eduardo's 5.75. You won't want to miss it, so stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of our Journey of Wrestling Rough Drafts Competes competition. We are halfway through tonight's card. Walter, the narrative champion, with a solid 5.25 result. Eduardo setting the tone with a 5.75 that both Xander and I are going to be chasing for the rest of this stream. And that chase begins with Xander. Xander, you ended up tying me for the weeklies despite me taking an early lead, so I have to imagine you're feeling pretty good heading into tonight's pay-per-view.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I feel fantastic, Chase. All right? The opportunities for any of you to close the gap on me are dwindling. The door is closing, okay? And tonight, I'm going to try and shut it entirely. Now, obviously, with tonight and 2 other weighted events after this, I can't.
Walter, did he cut out for you as well?
Yeah, he just said I can't, and then he cut out. So I guess
He simply cannot.
He can't win. I think that was what he was gonna say. He can't lock this up this evening, which, you know, I guess is good for you, right?
Yeah, he can't go on. He's got performance anxiety, famously. That's the one thing we say about Xander, right? Is how much he shies away from competition.
That and he's an Alawi player.
One of those more forgivable than the other, I suppose.
I don't know. Are you a top laner? Because it doesn't bother me.
I mean, look, I do actually like Alawi. I think Alawi's a fun champion. I feel bad because from what I've heard, they've put her in a state in which she's just never going to be allowed to be good ever again, which feels like a mistake to me. But who am I to question Riot, a company who has never made bad balance decisions, not even once?
I mean, I feel like judging Riot's bad decisions it's too easy. Like, it's way too easy to just be like, they make bad decisions.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, hey.
There we go. Hey, Xander, you didn't hear any of that, right?
Oh my god. I just pulled, my internet went out entirely. I pulled it up on my phone. As soon as I did that, I came back. Okay, we're here. So, I don't know where I cut out. I have no idea. I was talking for so long.
You said you can't, and then it cut out, and we just filled in the blanks for you in ways I'm sure you'll love when you go and check out the VOD.
Can't wait to watch the VOD then. Yeah.
We just said you can't even, so.
Yeah, so what I was saying, all right, is that we got a lot of stuff on this card, you know, that is going to get people to ooh and ah. It's going to be a fantastic one. It's not the most hype one we've ever put together. Had to save stuff for the gold pay-per-view coming up. I'll be honest. I don't just want to win, okay? I want to win in style. And so tonight would, of course, seal the deal on basically anyone's chance other than yours, Chase. And I think that deal might already be sealed for Eduardo after the weeklies. You have to correct me if I'm wrong, okay? But at the end of the day, it's looking rough for you folks. And this is your last shot to maybe get a point before I absolutely close the door, close the book on this competition.
Yeah, look,
So I wanted to keep it close.
Eduardo's hoping that there's some negative points similar to the award show that can really bail him out at the last minute here. But
Unlucky.
we are going into Warriors Square, and let's see what Glory of Legends has in store for us tonight. We start with a battle royale. What brings all of these individuals into the ring tonight?
Yep, they were the ones that didn't get other matches.
I mean, that's true. In universe, anything else behind this battle royale?
I mean, listen, there's Total War. There, you got people from different factions. Everyone is kind of represented here. All right, you got men, women, non-binary. You got heels. You got faces. You got everything you love, okay? You have faction lieutenants. You have faction less. You have faces that have turned heel, heels that have turned faces. This is really just a mishmash of a lot of good wrestlers, okay? A couple of okay wrestlers, and one or two arguably close to great wrestlers. Now, at the end of the day, you got 3 members of Burn It All Down on top. It's clear that when this got put together, despite it being a bunch of folks that didn't have bigger narrative push tonight, didn't have bigger matches push tonight, Executioner Goro had a hand in shaping this card. He had a hand in ensuring that the top 3 people most likely to come away with a win tonight were members of Burn It All Down. And it's gonna come down to, can the new factionless guy overcome them in James Sakura? Can Saki Slab, the factionless guy who recently turned heel, overcome them? Is it a Danny Cole, Brigantia upset? Animal Fukuoka, someone who has notably been putting the hurt on people? Or can maybe a Colin Torwell representing for the people get the win? Maybe a Gavin Evans. Maybe a Gavin Evans. Young Revolution. Bright future. Or could it be a Bruno? Could it be the low-end member of Kanoto Karius upsetting the likes of General Hayashima and Krieger? Surely Emma Fry, right? Surely Emma Fry from Police Demos can't do it. And never forget
if she did.
Yeah, and never forget the talented Callie Vicious. Can any of them be the ones to secure it? At the end of the day, mostly, in terms of favorability here, it's looking Burn It All Down. But can someone else come away with the dub?
That is indeed the real question. Walter, which of these names stands out to you? Who do you think's getting the nod?
I mean, it's always General Hayashima, and that's not just because he's at the front. It's a great name. It's a great gimmick. It's a great look, and I can't believe he's fucking 2-10 in your promotion.
That's okay. Everyone from Burn It All Down is 2-10 or 2-11 apparently.
Well,
at least
listen, General Hayashima. I'm not even gonna try and do some like fake out on it. I like General Hayashima.
You like the general. You're going for Hayashima here. Xander, let him down gently. Who's actually getting the win?
The win. It looks like Danny Cole's about to win, but it's actually Gavin Mother Flippin' Evans coming away with it tonight.
Gavin Evans getting the 4 3/4 star victory in this battle royale. A huge overness and morale boost for him. This blows off the Kanoto Karius Police Demos feud, as well as the Krieger Gavin Evans feud. Technically on the former, the latter I think more definitive.
That one was really the one we were going after here. Yep.
But it also led to a holy shit moment as Gavin Evans reverses Krieger's finisher, cursed at him, and hit his own. It is interesting because neither Kanoto Karius or Police Demos got a win here. You did see the big faction buff or nerf, which may be a way around harsh penalties in the future. Interesting.
Noted, and actually works out here because Kanoto Karius, for reasons.
Yeah.
So I'll take it, honestly. Not bad.
Yeah, we'll save the full why as we continue through the card, but in either case, a holy shit moment and a nice blow-off for Krieger versus Gavin Evans. You have to be feeling pretty good, all things considered. But you move on to a 10-way elimination match. Now, if the last match was the match for people who didn't have a place in the card otherwise, how would you describe this 10-way elimination match?
This 10-way elimination match, all right, is structured similarly. There were some folks that didn't have a big narrative push tonight, okay? But these are all top talent. Every single wrestler in here has been in the biggest matches, the most hype matches. Some of them are feuding, some of them are fighting, some of them have faction feuds. There is a lot going on here. You've got Cassidy, a faction leader in here. You have Ume Amiko, one of the most talented women in any promotion up here. You have Regan Awesome, a guy who has just recently been pushed by Hueso de Cabra himself. You have the #1 lieutenant right now from Burn It All Down, Black Bull himself, represented by Executioner Goro. You've got Coda Super, arguably the next most talented guy to Serpent Suprema from Brigantia here. And you're looking at a bunch of members before the people that have had hype moments, hype matches, and big times. Jay Avalon, Alexandre Kennedy. And last but not least, don't forget Mr. Skullface and Mr. Dietrich Mullen. Okay? Dietrich, the guy who has been making those moves as a solo, finally got a win to snap that, monstrous losing streak. And yeah, there's a ton going on here. There's a ton of stuff going on here.
Let's see, we've got 10 wrestlers, and I think 12 feuds, including 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Total Wars and Slay the Serpent, which is essentially a Total War feud. So we have 6 different faction v faction feuds in this 10-person match. Walter, with so much going on, so many talented wrestlers here, all of these wrestlers may be a cut above what we just saw in the last match. Who are you picking to get the nod?
Oh, it's Ume Emiko. That's because you got to build her back up to be a contender against the Emperor himself.
Xander, Walter had a 1 in 10 chance. Is he right?
He sure is. Ume Amiko's getting the win. Narrative not 100%, but you're damn right about the winner here, okay?
Man, Cassidy taking a 5 over in his hit seems a little harsh, but hey, it's a 5 1/4 star match, a strong performance to start this night here. It starts a feud between Conquest or Death and Brigantia Rising. It also technically ends the feud between Conquest or Death and Burn It All Down, though again, I'm sure we're going to see more of that over the course of the evening. Burn It All Down just barely holding on to that Reputation 9, while Conquest or Death getting back to Reputation 6. Also, the Total War feuds increased for the future. I'm sure you're not about to blow off a whole bunch more of these that will level it up even further in the very near future. But
yeah,
how do you
definitely
feel
only
overall
have
about
one
how
or
this
two of
match
those.
goes?
Fantastic. Listen, Conquest or Death, notably winning this feud and doing it through Ume Emiko, putting down Black Bull. That is the course of the narrative here. Okay, I don't know if she was the one. Yep, she was the last one to eliminate Black Bull. That was the last elimination, was Ume eliminating Black Bull, which is exactly what was supposed to happen here.
4 eliminations from Ume in a row. Coda Super, Skullface, Dietrich Mullen, and Black Bull. That's one hell. And Cassidy at the very beginning.
And Cassidy. Yep, and the member of Kanoto Karius himself, the face of Kanoto Karius himself.
A dominant performance from the woman I am legally required to call Ume Emiko, and has adjusted the last name of one of my own wrestlers as a result. Well done, buddy. But we move on to the Triple Glory Championship. This is a trio ladder match between Young Revolution, Wagon Raid, and the Hot Gates. What brings these 3 to the ring tonight?
Listen, Wagon Raid and the Hot Gates have been going at it. Wagon Raid and Young Revolution have been going at it. And at the end of the day, Young Revolution has gotten the better of Wagon Raid time after time after time. Wagon Raid only getting their really notable win against the Hot Gates, okay? Though they did also technically win a trio match on top of that, but kind of, sort of, right? Actual trio match. And Young Revolution feel really confident that they can put Wagon Raid in their place again and make sure that they are put down, reminded that Kanoto Karius may be strong, they might be able to do these handicap beatdowns at will, but Young Revolution will not be stopped when it comes to a trio ladders match.
Yeah, I mean, look, Young Revolution have had this belt for 4 months now. It has been a dominant series of performances for Sinister Tengu, Matt Payne, and Love Hendricks, going from 0-3, 4 straight wins. The question is, Walter, do they have enough in them for a 5th, or do you think we have a new title holder tonight?
I'm going to be honest, I am not compelled by either Wagon Raid or the Hot Gates. I think you keep it on Young Revolution. You need to build up a challenger on their, not just thrust a different feud at the into a three-way match against your champions.
I mean, that is a fair point from the narrative champion. Xander, who did you give the win to?
Well, Walter, Young Revolution and Wagon Raid have been going at it for a while, okay? Wagon Raid with the notable ruined our segment, feud between Love Hurts and Burgundy Bandits, right? That started off the feud, that started the existence of Kanoto Karius. This hatred burns deep. And it's for that reason that Wagon Raid make sure that Young Revolution do not take the belt tonight. However, with them being hyper-focused on Young Revolution, it leaves an opportunity for the unlikely, unsuspecting, lowest end face trio that we have to come up, climb the ladder, and grab the belts. And that is the Hot Gates taking the Triple Glory Championship.
Indeed, the victor no one saw coming. It's a 5 3/4 star match, a huge overness boost for the Hot Gates, and a nice popularity boost to match. Young Revolution taking a morale hit, but nothing they can't handle. It's a hot match that gets Xander Cage's gimmick over more moving forward. No holy shit moment here, and Bright Future taking a massive experience hit, but Police Demos getting all the way up to a Reputation 5, and the Triple Glory Belt enjoying a very nice plus 20 experience boost. It is your highest scoring match of the night so far, and one I'm sure you are very glad to see pay off for the fans tonight.
Yeah, listen, I like the idea that a group here that works as hard as the Hot Gates have been are rewarded just for being patient and being calculating. They have nothing really against Young Revolution, but they do want to stick it to Wagon Raid, and Wagon Raid in their moment of glory don't pay attention. And it's the Hot Gates that come away with the win.
Walter, how do you feel now that you've seen it all shake out?
I get it. I understand the thought process. I guess I just wasn't compelled by the Young Revolution Wagon Raid feud. I guess that was my problem, but I'm interested to see what you do from here.
Yes, we will see what the Hot Gates have in store for us. But for now, we move on. It is the Women's Lightweight Championship, an I Quit match between Hinata Shiroki defending her title with Asahi King in her corner against Kurosaru. Now, Xander, a lot of people might point to Hinata Shiroki with only 3 wins to her name. Can you tell the folks at home who maybe missed last month, how did she earn this title, and what makes her such a threat for a talented female wrestler like Kurosawa?
Listen, Hinata Shiroki, okay, has been in title match after title match and fallen short. She has probably been in more women's lightweight title matches than almost any other wrestler. And finally, an opportunity presented itself when the Wrestler of the Year loses her belt, and Hinata is there to claim it, to be the one that picks it up and raises it, saying, Jade, I respect you. We're both members of For the People. I have nothing against you. You're the Wrestler of the Year, but I'm the Wrestler of today. And now, she's going up with someone she has been feuding with for a hot minute. And that is the colossal Kurosaru.
Great timing on the music.
Absolutely.
Phenomenal timing. Couldn't have planned it better.
Look, Kurosaru has made a name for herself time and time again in the ring. She was the former champion. She would love to have it back. Walter, do you believe Kurosaru takes her belt back, or does Hinata Shiroki show what she has to all the folks at home and get a victory tonight at Warrior Square?
I wouldn't be surprised if Kurosawa does win the belt at some point, but after 1 month on a bronze pay-per-view, it just doesn't make sense to me. You got plenty of time to get the belt off of her. You've got 3 weeks to build it up a little bit more wild and crazy at the gold pay-per-view. You'll sell cage match, something kind of crazy and kind of cool. Maybe make a new match of your own. But yeah, I just don't see it happening tonight. Shiroki gets the win.
And Nada Shiroki indeed getting the W. It's a 5 1/4 star match. A strong performance here. Kurosawa is going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what it's going to take to get her title back. Another match without a holy shit moment, but a nice boost for the women's lightweight championship. That is very close to becoming a gold star belt, and one more really good match, or maybe perhaps a defense and a great title match at the pay-per-view. We'll get that over the edge as we wrap up our competitive year. A strong performance from Hinata, and we will see just how far the fighter can go in Glory of Legends. But we move on now to the Return to Glory belt, a fatal 4-way street fight match between Maricela Reyes, Carson Gold, Jade Gatlin, who, as you pointed out, is the greatest wrestler in the world, according to an award show that definitely made a ton of sense across the board, and Anastasia. Xander, what will it take for these wrestlers to take down a Maricela Reyes that has been on a roll on multiple different levels over the last few months?
Yeah, listen, you've got Maricela, you've got Carson, you've got Jade, you've got Anastasia. Maricela, clearly the one on the hot streak right now, the one with the belt, the one with Asahi King behind her, the one with Executioner Goro behind her. She's a force to be reckoned with. However, there's one extremely notable woman here, and that's Jade Gatlin. And if anybody can take this belt off of Maricela right now, it's Jade. Don't forget, the Return to Glory belt has been known to change hands in moments where the top 2 wrestlers vying for that belt are not the one to grab it. And that's why Carson Gold, who really, really needs to make a name for himself again, after getting to that 900 echelon of popularity and stagnating for months, he wants to be the guy that people remember. He wants to be who he thought he was going to be about 10 months ago after winning a big battle royale and changing the trajectory of his career, but hasn't been able to secure it. Return to Glory has his name on it. And finally, you've got Anastasia feuding with Maricela, the hardcore lady, wants to be what Maricela is right now, and is livid every single day watching her walk around with this belt. She knows it should be her to take it, hoping to be the thing that jumps in after Maricela and Jade go at it and put them both in the dirt so she can walk away with the belt.
That is certainly her goal here tonight. All 4 of these wrestlers would love nothing more than to walk away with the Return to Glory belt, but only one of them can do so. Walter, who do you think is getting the nod?
If you had left it at that and just kind of went like, oh yeah, and there's a couple other people in here, and gave a different kind of tease outside of the, but sometimes the underdogs are the ones that win this belt, I may have chosen someone other than Jade Gatlin. I think that was a bait. And while I know you're probably going to keep it on Maricela Reyes, my heart is saying Jade Gatlin, and I'm going to go with my heart here and say put the belt on Jade Gatlin.
Well, you hear what Walter's heart is calling for. Xander, is he right?
He's not. It's Maricela.
That's fair.
It is indeed.
Understandable. Understandable.
5 1/4 star match. A little bit of an overness hit for Carson Gold, who, as you said, does desperately need something to bounce his way. Jade Gatlin can't be happy to have lost another match. 6-12, best wrestler in the world, by the way. Holy shit moment here, as it is a Maricela Reyes suplexing Anastasia from the apron through a table outside. You love to see that. And the Return to Glory belt, very close to getting back to Silver Star Prestige.
Not back. Never was.
Never was? I thought it was
Never
there,
was.
dropped,
Nope.
and then came back. Okay. Well,
I literally made that belt. That wasn't even an original belt. I'm pretty sure.
I
If
know.
it was, it never hit silver.
Well, fair enough. In my mind, you've just done so much work with this belt since you made it, because I do remember making it with you. I just thought for sure that that it had hit silver by now. But hey,
No, penalty the one time that I changed it over.
that's
Yep.
what I was thinking of. Yeah,
But that's why it was okay, because I never got it over.
30 experience here certainly does help if the goal is to get it silver by the end of this competition, or at least season 1 of this competition. I should be very clear there. Very nice win for Maricela Reyes. But we move forward, and we see a fatal 4-way ladder match. Phil Hangtime defending against Alexis Kovac, DJ Castle, and his brother, Elliot Hangtime. Now, tell us, Xander, why each of these men have earned the right to challenge Phil Hangtime and try to take this men's lightweight championship belt from him tonight.
Yeah, listen, let's start from the bottom. Okay, you've got Alexis Kovac. Alexis, a member of that has been in a lot of title matches, has even gotten at times to wrestle the Emily Everett, to wrestle in a match with Johnny. But again, he falls short pretty much every time. Now, recently, Hueso has taken a liking to him, along with a couple of other notable faces. But Alexis is one that Hueso stood by early on, and he has been working with pretty diligently. And Alexis is coming off of a very big win that he just recently got. And Alexis feels that of all of the places he could be wrestling right now, his match is up against Phil. That's the hang time that he needs to be able to take a belt off of. That's the member of Conquest or Death that he needs to be able to take a belt off of. And he is followed here by one of his own, a man that owns this castle, DJ Castle, brother of Braden Castle. Now, DJ has also been going at Phil for a long time. A bit of a feud when Hangtime Empire was wrestling Castle Crashers. Okay, they also have had an individual feud that DJ has obviously been the one to get the short end of that stick. Tonight, he's looking to come in here with Alexis and do something to upset Phil. But last, not least, Elliot mother flippin' Hangtime. Okay, currently 2-0, getting wins in individual matches. And since Eric has been hurt, there is no other brother yapping to him about Hangtime Harris and what they need to do. It is Elliot, for the first in a long time, leading himself. And his younger brother is standing in after getting slightly back on Johnny's good side after turning. Elliot says, "Johnny, I recognize you're the Emperor. I recognize that you are the one to lead Conquest or Death. You are the one to lead Glory of Legends, but most importantly, you're the one to lead our family. I see that now. But one decision I will not get behind is that you believe in Phil more than me. And I get what Phil has done, but it's my time to prove that our little brother is not what I am made of. And I will take that belt off him, put him back in his place, and I will become your right-hand man, Johnny. No more of that stuff with Eric. His injury has shown me what weakness can do to this family.
Wow.
And it's your strength I will work through."
Wow. Bold words from Elliot. Turns out getting a couple wins under his belt and some love from Johnny is enough to make him go back on Eric Hangtime, who is in no condition to defend himself as he battles back from his injury. The question is, Walter, are any of these competitors enough to take down Phil Hangtime?
You know, listen, those are some sweet words from Elliot Hangtime. But the story that has compelled me here has been that of Alexis Kovac. I think there is a feud brewing here with the Hang Times, but that feud doesn't need a championship. So perhaps it is time for Alexis, with his manager, to get his time in the sun.
Certainly would be very big for Alexis Kovac, who is trying to finish his journey to become a face of the company. Is he right, Xander?
I love the narrative. I really do. And I do have big plans for Alexis. All right. You did read that part right, Walter. It's just not tonight. Okay. The name that Chase is going to click on is going to be Phil Hangtime.
Yeah, of course it is. And it's a 6 1/4 star match. There you fucking go. That's the score you've been looking for this entire card.
Not wrong. Not a wrong decision.
Yeah, look, Phil's very good at this whole wrestling thing. You know, they call him the honorary Hang Time because I guess there's an arm.
No, God.
But at the end of the day, he's been an incredible performer for this company. There's a reason he is now 13-4 in a company in which losses can spread so easily. And Phil indeed remains standing strong tonight. No holy shit moment, but the lightweight championship goes gold, which I have to imagine is a bigger prize to you at the end of the day, Xander.
Oh, it sure is. It sure is.
Well, we move on.
Thank you, Phil, for doing all of the work because I think like 12 of his 13 wins are in that championship.
He has certainly done some great work for that belt, but a man who's hoping to do more work for the Cruiserweight belt, Vince Rivera, having just won this gold belt 2 months ago, defending his title against Gaijo Jade, Sebastian Chaos, and Sho Fujino in a street fight match. Xander, how did this match come together?
Yeah. So, Vince and Gaijo, all right, for the people, burn it all down, going at it. Gaijo, 2-12, but what it doesn't show that, again, a lot of those losses are in title matches. Consistently wrestling in the lightweight championship, in the Return to Glory championship, and in a couple of these cruiserweight matches. Gaijo Jade's one hell of a talent. But he is in here tonight with not one, not two, but 3 members of Burn It All Down. And some might be asking, so is this just a 1v3 beatdown to make sure that Vince keeps his title? Not at all. Because anybody that knows Burn It All Down knows that those wrestlers, while they have a mission, while they are kept together by Executioner Goro, they war amongst themselves regularly. And Sebastian Chaos and Sho Fujino do not like Vince Rivera continue his climb and get all of the praise from Executioner Goro, having a core lieutenant like Krieger giving him that extra assistance on his moves up. They want to be the ones with the acclaim. They want to be the ones with the fame. They want to be the ones to exercise their brutality how they see fit. And right now, the man calling the shots above them, the only one between them and the Executioner, is Vince Rivera. They're looking to take his spot tonight the way Warlords would take that land. And Burn It All Down have a hot match here. The only opportunity for that to not go right is if Gaijo sneaks the belt away while the 3 of them are fighting. So it's really a matter of, can Gaijo sneak the belt off? And who is stronger between Sebastian and Sho at being the one to upset Vince Rivera?
That is the real question at the end of the day. Burn It All Down, as you said, does not care about taking down their own members if it means getting themselves to the top. They believe that cultivates the kind of attitude and ferocity that makes for better wrestlers at the end of the day. Walter, do you think that is their downfall tonight, leading to a Gaijo Jade win, or do you see a victory coming out of Burn It All Down? And if so, which member?
I mean, I think it stays with Burn It All Down. I do think
that there will be some distractions here, and I wonder if maybe there's some tension brewing in Burn It All Down, as they both kind of are challenging each other. It could potentially come out the winner, but I do think Vince Rivera keeps.
Okay, Walter believes in the silent killer Vince Rivera maintaining his title. Do you believe in Vince Rivera as much as Walter does in?
Tonight, I sure do. And I will tell you, all right, that in this street fight, it's clear that there are two wrestlers who are a cut above the rest. All right, obviously, Vince is number one. But the guy right behind him, not Guy Joe Jade, and it wasn't Sho Fujino. It was Sebastian Chaos that ended up putting the fight in Street Fight. And you'll be seeing a lot more of this to come.
A nice hot match here, and Sho Fujino now on his way to becoming face of the company. That journey feels long overdue, and I look forward to seeing how he grows as he continues that journey for himself. But yes, Sebastian Chaos, Vince Rivera, putting on one heck of a show. We will see what it takes to unseat Vince Rivera and whether we see that at the Gold pay-per-view in 2 weeks. But for now, the Ravaging Marauder contract, this tag contract that you forged, is up for grabs tonight as Vinland Saga defends their opportunity to cash in against Love Hurts, Didymos, and Oda's Revenge. Tell us, Xander, what brings these three face tags to try to take down Vinland Saga, now members of Kanoto Karius tonight?
Yeah, listen, Vinland Saga, the notable heels in this match, the ones holding on to the cash-in contract, and arguably the number 2 contender, not the number 1 contender, for the tag belt. Because bear in mind, Jolly still exist. They are right now the number 1 contender. Oda's Revenge, that were the tag belt holders that did, or I'm sorry, no, not Oda's Revenge, just Blot Out the Sun. But Oda's Revenge, the ones that next to Blot Out the Sun, all right, looked the strongest for a long time. These other tag in Juge who went back and forth with their brothers, who constantly performed at high levels and even took 2 big losses just so that Blot Out the Sun could be the ones to win. They're in here trying to rip that off of Vinland Saga, continuing this feud that has existed since Vinland Saga were a part of Conquest or Death still. You also have Love Hurts, right? You have 2 guys from Bright Future that have been performing pretty admirably as a tag. And they want to be the ones to get into that match, to be the ones to upset Frontline. Seeing a face faction take it, they know that they could be the ones to make it happen. And last but not least, you've got Didymos, the newest tag here, Christian Quinn, Ryan Fox. 2 guys who have been putting in the work, haven't had a lot of opportunity, and haven't had a lot of wins. But they're trying to represent Polis Demos on the highest stage, and they know that tonight is the only way they will be able to make that happen. But they have to get through a tag from Kanoto Karius to do it. And with that feud getting blown off tonight, it seems like one hell of a task.
That is truly the question, is whether Vinland Saga, now that they have found their new home at Kanoto Karius, are able to be pushed around by the likes of less experienced tags like Didymos and Love Hurts. I mean, Oda's Revenge, very tempting, I have to say. Walter, who are you predicting to win this match?
It's Vinland Saga, right? It's absolutely Vinland Saga. There's a reason you give them some kind of contract like that, right? And I get, these are some newer tag teams. These are some lesser tier tag teams. But you're not going to surprise me with 2 underdogs in one night, Xander. It's going to be Vinland Saga that takes the win.
It sure is. It sure is Vinland Saga. That's fine. This one wasn't a rug pull, okay? Vinland Saga have been putting in the work. They're rewarded for it. And, again, Oda's Revenge, the closest there. They still look good. They're the only ones that are able to really take it. But Vinland Saga come out on top tonight.
They sure do. And Bear Winter hits Kaiman Nomura with 3 consecutive finishers to earn your 3rd holy shit moment of the night. That is a nice victory for Vinland Saga. And look, as someone who is a long-time Vinland Saga fan, I hate seeing him go heel, but I love seeing my Viking brothers succeed. Bear Winter and Wolf Klein getting a much-deserved win tonight. And I can't wait to see how far they go within Glory of Legends. Well, we move on now to the Triple Threat Tag Ladder match. This is between Frontline, Serpentine Suprema, and Matt Robinson, who just claimed the belt last month, defending now against Jolly Roger and Blot Out the Sun. Now, this was the last time we saw this belt defended, it was a 7-star match. That match won you the match of the year and may or may not have given you the edge in the overall award show, Xander. I mean, we're not going to put the burden of getting another 7-star match tonight, but what can fans expect from these high-flying tag teams?
First of all, not just match of the year, also craziest match of the year. Both of them title being defended, or rather taken off of Blot Out the Sun by Frontline with Jolly Roger there. Okay. It's 3 phenomenal tag teams. They're putting it up tonight. Big numbers, big showings, and we're doing it in a ladder, which is the fashion that we've been running. Okay. It just works. And Frontline with Serpentine Suprema at the helm, looking to have a dominant performance tonight. Blot Out the Sun, you loved them. They're continuing to look weaker and weaker. It seems like their power is fading a bit. They might be able to pull it back out and get the win, but the real narrative here tonight is between Frontline and Jolly Roger. Because Jolly Roger, in every tag match they've been looked at recently, have looked strong. They went 2 straight wins after the return, and since then, dropping the one match that was one of the hottest matches it was the hottest match any of us have ever seen.
Sure.
So it's really a matter of, can Frontline fend off Jolly Roger while Blot Out the Sun with what remains of their tag stardom is here to try and secure that return belt upset.
Yeah, that is the question. Look, Frontline, obviously Serpentine Suprema was a belt holder in his own right. Blot Out the Sun would love to claim that belt back. And Jolly Roger, certainly Skullshot and Bone Soldier, have had incredible individual and team performances. Walter, who's getting the nod in your mind tonight?
Always like Blot Out the Sun. I love the arrows, right? I wish you guys had all managed to get them onto the same roster.
I tried.
Listen, I know you did. And I don't blame you for doing well enough. But this feels like keeping it on a front line is the right decision here, especially when you have some heels holding on to a contract. So keep it on front line.
First of all, Magic Missiles are very happy where they are. Thank you very much. Second, Xander, is he correct? Is Frontline taking the win?
Listen, he's right. Frontliner taking the win tonight. Jolly Roger still looking strong, and look at that 6.5. Man,
your tag division's something else, man. I know you said
It
the
really
tag
is.
matches in general are broken, but I gotta tell you, I haven't seen anyone do that as consistently as your tag division has. So, congrats on that front.
thank you. Yeah, listen, Frontline, they've got what it takes, okay? And they're only, listen, the real thing tonight, okay, is that Blot Out the Sun once again fail to get their belt back. It's a struggle, and you see that feud going hot. People want to see Blot Out the Sun try more, but it's looking more and more desperate each time. Meanwhile, okay, the Jolly Roger are looking good, and it's gonna come down to, can they get hot fast enough to rip that belt off of Frontline, take it off of Serpentine, or is something else gonna happen? maybe that cash in comes in at some point. We'll have to see what happens.
Certainly will. I will say Matt Robinson on his way to becoming face of the company, a sentence I don't think anyone predicted at the beginning of this calendar year. Just an incredible rise for him. Turns out tagging with Serpentine Suprema goes a long way. But, you know...
Also, that was the feud blow-off, even though it went hot. Blood up the hill in the front line, that was the blow-off. It was the blow-off. That's what I thought, yeah.
But Conquest of Death Brigantio Rising has gone hot, and that's something you get to continue to play along with. So
Jolly Roger, baby.
Turns out that feud is going to be a cornerstone I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of as we head into our last gold pay-per-view of the year. And I got to tell you, man, as your competitor who needs you to not win tonight, I don't like seeing a 6.5 star match like that, but I do feel like you deserve props for how well you've set up your tag division. So well done, and fuck you, and we move on to the Women's Heavyweight Championship. A true loyalties feud. The first we've seen this between Heike Imoto, the champion, and Emily Everett with Asahi King. And I think it says a lot that Asahi King is in Emily's corner tonight rather than Heike's, despite Heike being the belt holder. How did we get here, Xander? We cannot hear you if you're saying something, Xander.
I don't know what's going on with my internet tonight. Sorry.
Hey, you're back. Yeah, so tell us, how did this match come together, and why is Asahi King in Emily's corner tonight?
Yeah, listen, Asahi King, right? Representing a lot of people, a lot of really solid, talented wrestlers. And tonight, there's a feud brewing between the current heavyweight holder for the women's division and the former heavyweight holder of the women's division. And if you look at the name of that feud, it is a true loyalty over the manager of both of them, Asahi King.
That is indeed true. It is the first true loyalties feud that we've seen. I think Xander's internet continuing to give him a hard time. So while he gets that in order, Walter, I'd love to hear from you. How do you feel about it, this kind of true loyalties feud with two wrestlers represented by the same manager in a title fight like this?
You know, I think that's kind of interesting. I think it does really push for which side is the manager going to be on. It's even more telling considering the fact Emily Everett is a heel and Heike Imoto is a babyface. It feels like it should be Emily Everett. It feels like everything points in that direction. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to zag here. I'm going to say Heike Imoto is the one who gets the win here tonight.
Yeah, look, Heike Imoto has had this belt for 4 months now. She's on a 5-match win streak. Emily Everett on a 6-match loss streak. And sure, people will point out that a lot of those matches came against Johnny Hangtime. And a lot of people lose to Johnny Hangtime, and it is not a reflection of their character or their quality. But at the same time, Heike Imoto is on the rise, and Emily Everett, I think maybe Asahi King's here because she knows Emily needs a little bit more help right now. Maybe that's part of what brings this together. Xander, I can see that you're muted here, and I know that your internet has been cruel, but can you confirm who's winning this match and what's going on with Asahi and Emily's corner?
Yeah, listen. Heike and Emily have begun this feud. They start it tonight. Okay? And Asahi torn between two of her proteges. The one that looked the most promising, that she got behind first to take the belt off of Johnny. And her other protege, who is currently holding the women's heavyweight title and representing for the people at the highest level. And it's for that exact reason that Heike Emoto is going to lose tonight to Emily Everett.
So you're changing from the spreadsheet.
I sure am.
Emily gets the win, and it's a 6 1/4 star match. That's what we call a pivot, ladies and gentlemen. The crowd is all in on Emily. You know, I know that this was tough for you because you originally wanted to save Emily to battle Johnny here, but it looks like perhaps Emily has more to do in the women's division than she originally realized.
Listen, Emily is acknowledging that her feud on Johnny has to be put on hold. Everything that has happened since she started that has been calamitous for her. And while this does not put to death her aspirations to become the first ever Empress of Glory of Legends, she recognizes that this is her moment to do something big and remind everyone who the strongest female wrestler in Glory of Legends is. And it damn sure is her.
It's a 6 1/4 star match. The crowd is in. They love to see Emily Everett succeed. It is a shame Heike Emoto was going to go to 10-4 had the notes remained true, but you saw the pivot. The game rewarded you for it. And as your competitor, again, congrats and fuck you, but also congrats. A very smart call that the game very well rewarded you for.
Thank you, thank you.
We move on. 2 matches left tonight. It is the men's heavyweight championship, a fatal 4-way Iron Man match between Executioner Goro, Kai Galvana, Azaki Cordova, and Braden Castle. We saw DJ Castle earlier tonight. We saw Hueso de Cabra earlier tonight. What makes this Iron Man match so special, Xander?
This Iron Man match may have the most hate-fueled orientation of any match on this card. While a lot of the rest of them are all about glory, are all about match that we saw tonight that had genuine, unbridled animosity between a couple of figures was the Burn It All Down match. A lot of other people wrestling that still respect each other, wrestling because they hate the faction that someone is a part of. But other than that Burn It All Down match where you have 3 members of Burn It All Down vying for supremacy, vying for that title, tonight you have Executioner Goro, the leader of that animosity, the man behind the flame, stoking it constantly, wrestling once again the man whose mother's grave he pissed on, and that is Kai Galvana. And don't forget that he was the one who ripped the belt off of Kai right after doing that. Top of it, you've got Azaki and Braden, who have a friendly rivalry trying to take over this belt from Burn It All Down for the people, having been absolutely decimated by Burn It All Down in multiple matches, and coming into this watching their highest belt be ripped off of them by a member of Conquest or Death. They are vehemently against Kai Galvana, and they are vehemently against Executioner Goro, and they will do whatever it takes to bring some glory back to For the People, to represent the vision of a Glory of Legends that Hueso de Cabra has so ardently stood behind them to create. But they have to get through one terrifying dude to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Executioner Goro, his reputation speaks for himself. He is clinical, both as a wrestler and as the executor of so much of the plans that Burn It All Down have brought to the forefront. Walter, do you think any of these wrestlers have what it takes to unseat Executioner Goro tonight?
I don't think so. I think it's going to stay with Executioner Goro But if I did have to pick one besides him, which is ultimately my choice, is Executioner Goro, I don't know. There's something about Braden Castle and that stupid man bun that I don't know. He's got the makings of a champion, but not tonight. Executioner Goro gets the win.
You believe in Executioner Goro. Xander, I know you believe in Executioner Goro, so that's not the question. But is he winning tonight?
Listen, Zaki and Braden put up a great fight. Braden, once again, having another surprisingly strong showing. It's not enough, though. And while it looks like Kai might get his vengeance, the Executioner is just too damn strong. He's going to retain his belt.
He sure is, and he's going to do so to the tune of a 5 3/4 star match. Very well executed. Kai loses a little bit of overness, but nothing he can't handle. It puts the Braden Castle Kai Galvana feud hot of all things, while blowing off Braden versus Executioner Goro. And a holy shit moment as Executioner Goro refuses to give up. Crawled around for 2 minutes in a Zaki Cordova's submission. That's 30 creativity points for you, and a nice 22 points of experience for the men's heavyweight championship. So, well done there, Xander. And well done to Executioner Goro, who continues to be a devastating force within Glory of Life.
Yes. Also, just to cap off that feud beginning a long time ago when Set Fire was still wrestling in the tag division, being put to rest tonight. But Braden is not done with solo matches. You will see more continuing from him there. You'll still might see a return of Castle Crashers, but again, Braden and Azaki having strong showings tonight, which is demonstrated by Azaki almost finishing Executioner, but not quite able to pull it out. For the people, still putting in the work, still ready to go, and we're about to see that here in a moment, because we've got a big one.
Yeah, just to clarify real quick before we move on, Executioner Goro wins 4-1. Which of our 3 competitors got the 1 point against him tonight?
Azaki. That was Azaki.
Got it. Okay, that is good to know. But yes, we move on to the Emperor's Belt. It's a steel cell match. Johnny Hangtime, 14-0. Somehow not even nominated for Wrestler of the Year. Going up against Alex Jim, the superstar we all need. He was 8-0 at one point. He dropped the men's heavyweight belt and has yet to win since, but that is because he has kept all of his attention on trying to bring down Johnny Hangtime. I mean, I don't need you to explain why Johnny Hangtime's such an incredible wrestler, so I'm not going to ask you to waste your time on that. I will ask you, though, what does Alex Jim need to do? Because he has had his opportunities, but they have been largely in multi-person matches. This is his one-on-one in a steel cell. What would it take for him to emerge as the Emperor tonight?
Listen, Johnny, in those most recent matches, was able to pretty easily put away Alex Jim. And the person giving him Everett. Johnny is coming into this with an unbridled ego. Johnny says, listen, I have to wrestle tonight to entertain everyone. But let's take a look at what has happened. My brother Eric stood against me and learned his place. Emily Everett stood against me and learned her place. My brother Elliot stood against me and now stands below me, asking for opportunities like a good dog. Alex Jim, you were once a respected member of For the People, a leader on an insane streak, looking like you could take the stars. And now you're about to suffer yet another loss at the end of the night to me, because I'm going to remind you once again where you should be. And that's down in the stands, cheering me on like everybody else. And Alex Jim looks at him and says, Johnny, I know my place. And you're right. My place is with the people out there. And I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be the one to take that belt off you. I'm going to be the one to put your ego in check, to remind you that you are not a god. You are not some gift to wrestling. You are just a man who was exceptional. And lately, you're not even considered to be a wrestler of the year, let alone a wrestler of all time. Fucking bring it.
Alex Jim hitting Johnny where it hurts. The question is, the smack talk, clearly Alex Jim's favorite, but is the match going to go his way, or does Johnny Hangtime do Johnny Hangtime things, Walter?
I mean, absolutely, Johnny Hangtime wins. You're not going to take the belt off of him at a bronze pay-per-view. You are going to save it for the big one. You are going to make it really matter and it really count. And I hope you enjoy this 5-star main event.
Man, I like the way you think here, Walter. Xander, is he right?
Yeah, it's Johnny Hangtime tonight, okay? But
six
I will say,
sorry,
first of all, of course it was. And second of all, Alex Jim, with that star count, tells you right there that he's a different man. He's looking strong. Johnny has two options. Get his shit together, or he will lose this belt at the gold pay-per-view.
Look, Johnny,
Or,
please.
hold on, or he is going to have to brutalize Alex Jim in a way where he won't be able to wrestle at that gold pay-per-view. We'll leave it at that.
We'll have to see how that works out. But right now, Johnny Hangtime diving off the top of the cell, crashing onto Alex Jim, onto the announce table below. That's a holy shit moment. What a match to double. I gotta say, I'm a little worried about what this number's gonna be. 5 3/4. Okay.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn. So close. A couple of those early matches.
Yeah, that's really all it comes down to, is you only got to drop 2, and you had enough 5 1/4 stars to keep it from that 6-star average. I thought you might have gotten there, and I bet when we do the math, you're going to come up real close.
Yep.
But that does mean there's an opening. There is still time for magically enhanced wrestling to tie this competition up. We got 6 stars at the last pay-per-view. And I'm very proud of that card, and I'm very proud of what I have built narratively for this competition. This is the payoff for the Arcane Artificer Tournament, the new belt that has been added to this company, a belt that I let RNG decide who deserved to win. I let the narratives write themselves naturally, and to be honest, I'm really glad with what we ended up with, because I think it will inform so much of the dynamic of this particular card. Some feuds, some Total War feuds that have kicked off as a result of the tournament. Some feuds between longtime rivals blowing off tonight. Independence versus the Eastern Elite is coming to a close. And I can't wait to show y'all what we have in mind. So without further ado, shall we jump into it?
Let's do it.
Let's do it indeed. There's another. You see La Bestia del Infierno, Prince Pretty Pink of all people. And I believe that's River Dannenberg. Wild group of people to highlight for this pay-per-view. But you know what? I'm going to choose to just go along for the ride. Because we start with a pay-per-view. Or start with a Battle Royale, excuse me. And this Battle Royale really divided into 3 groups, right? You have your faction leaders and second in commands who didn't have a title shot tonight, right? Those are your Prince Pretty Pinks who finally got his wake-up call against La Bestia de l'Infierno and has looked like a different wrestler and has shown the Western Watch to have a level of tenacity that perhaps people did not expect, given how they've been wrestling previously. Alpha Jackson, the peak of masculinity, on a 4-match loss streak, largely because Victor Magnus has been interfering with him along the way. And of course, Victor Magnus also here, the king of strong style, the faction leader for the Southern Centuries on paper, though Alpha Jackson would dispute that along the way. We saw Skull Tabaka go a long way in that tournament. That's why she's at 50% fatigue. And there are indeed quite a few people who are eliminated from the Arcane Artificer tournament who are trying to battle their way back up. People like Adrian Lorenzo, Mistress Jade, Vinny Stack, Sumi Kabaya, Briar Allison, Techno Boy, Eli Chaos, right? These are all people that did well. Gerudo, one of the biggest upset specials of the Arcane Artificer tournament, has battled his way up. Ezekiel Cross a little bit less so, but both of the members of Hylian Cross doing quite well for themselves. And of course, who can forget Lucas Meltzer? But we also have the people who did not qualify for the Arcane Artificer tournament, who want to prove themselves quite badly. The Alana Elises of the world, Hana Rukawa and Kai Hong-ki, the two members of Overflow. Denise Weston representing Shots Fired. Malachite Bronson, who is trying to fight on behalf of Cyan Orion, who left with her tail between her legs, embarrassing herself, one could say, at the Arcane Artificer tournament with a first round exit despite throwing her tag title chances aside. It's one of those things, perhaps these two not on the same page. And of course, Ruby Wolfform, who still believes she does not need a faction to succeed in this company. Walter, I'll start with you here. Which of these names stands out to you as the one who you believe is getting the win tonight?
You know, you have a lot of names in there that I like. You hovered over Lucas Meltzer there. I love Lucas Meltzer. Prince Pretty Pink always is a name that comes up. Gavin Smith. Ruby Wolfform, someone that I had really potentially recruit. But, you know, the game. Tijuana King, Briar Allison. But for me, it comes down to two names. Techno Boy and Eli Chaos. My two favorites. I love the street champ of the Kiwis. I really want Eli Chaos to win literally anything, anytime, anywhere, or I would like you to release him and rig the game so that I can sign him to my roster, because I really like it. It'll never happen, but you know, is what it is. So with that being said, my final decision is Techno Boy.
Okay, you believe in Techno Boy. Xander, what about you? Xander, you are.
I believe Xander is still gone.
If I have to choose here, I'm choosing.
I did not get the prediction, but
Alpha Jackson.
You're going Alpha Jackson. Got it. Well, Walter, you were almost right. You narrowed it down between two people. And I will tell you, it was between Techno Boy and Eli Chaos, because little did you know, this is the blow-off for Independence versus Eastern Elite. And so whatever the result of this match determines who gets the boost, who gets the penalty, regardless of the narrative that will continue throughout the evening. This is not narratively the end of this feud. It is just technically the end of this feud. So given that, Eli Chaos is getting the win. He finally gets his W. 4 3/4 star match. The game did not reward me at all for showing love to a guy who, I agree with you, needs more love. He's just done such a good job of making other wrestlers look good even when he loses. But I was really hoping the game would give me a little bit more for that. As it stands, we got a couple hot feuds. It's a hot match in general, which is nice to see. Eli Chaos, Sumi Kabaya, Mistress Jade, Vinny Stacks, and Skull Tabaka all on their way to becoming faces of the company thanks to the results of the Arcane Artificer tournament. That clearly paying off dividends, all those points that I spent. Even if I didn't make my money back, I set up some wrestlers for the long run, and I'm very happy with how that has turned out. And a holy shit moment, which is nice to see. Eli Chaos getting up from Lucas Meltz's finisher before asking him to hit another, so Lucas even got his moment. And let's face it, the Eastern Elite needed this more than Independence, who, even losing 28 points, are still 130 over the maximum possible reputation. So, seeing that, Walter, how do you feel about how this all shook out?
You know, I like it. I love Eli Chaos. You got a bunch of people working on their way to being face of the company. I think that is about as good of an outcome as you could have asked for.
Yes, I was very afraid that a few of these people would drop, so I am very glad to have been wrong on that, even if I don't love the score here. But hey, I have 14 matches because I spent the 70 on the Mega Show, so that's going to get dropped, and hopefully the rest of this card keeps up with my score expectations. But for now, we'll move on to a 4v4 tag match. This one's a call from your corner here, Walter. This is a faction feud match between Righteous Retribution and the Eastern Elite. The Righteous Retribution have made it very clear that they believe the Eastern Elite indeed see themselves as superior to the new powers in this company. That they believe the Eastern Elite are going to bring in several of the traitors of the Western Watch into their own ranks when the Western Watch are eliminated by Righteous Retribution in the end of the line feud that we will see pay off at the next pay-per-view, which is unconscionable to El Rey Loco. And look, the Eastern Elite deny and resent these accusations, but they do feel the need to stand their ground. El Rey Loco, Rob DiBiase, Connor Hansen, these are all top competitors in Magically Enhanced Wrestling. Devin Moxie trying to prove himself as a top competitor. But the Eastern Elite, given that so many of their members are in the Arcane Artificer tournament, still competing in the top 4 of this event, they've had to send in some half teams, right? We've got 2/3 of Liquid Steel with Brady Killjoy and LT Barone. We've got 1/2 of Out of This World with Sammy Emerald. And we, of course, have Shane Mack, the man best known for shit-talking Johnny Hangtime, which I will always appreciate him for at the end of the day. But this is the Eastern Elite sending the best that they have available against the Righteous Retribution faction that feels undermined and has a lot of anger to work out for themselves. So, Walter, I'll start with you. Which of these factions do you think is walking away with a win?
You know, I know you love your baby faces, so Eastern Elite at first glance seem to be the obvious choice. But then I look at the people that are in those teams, and I like El Rey Loco, I like Moxley, I like DiBiase, and I like Hansen. So, despite the fact I know you're a babyface guy, I am going to choose the Righteous Retribution.
Okay, we've got one vote for Righteous Retribution. Xander, assuming you are here, who are you picking in this match? You are muted for what it's worth.
Nope. Yep. Sorry. I'm choosing the Eastern Elite. I'm going with the Eastern Elite.
Okay.
I think there's a reason that Eastern Elite are here, and I understand that El Rey Loco, okay, and Rob DiBiase, looking good right now, probably take this match, but I want to see Sammy Emerald and Killjoy be the ones to come up with it and give LT Barone a big win.
Look, if the Eastern Elite were able to send all of their members of Out of This World, or all of their members from Liquid Steel, they'd get some bonuses here. It would work out well for them. They know how to work together. But at the end of the day, this is a smorgasbord of Eastern Elite, the best that they were capable of putting up in this moment against El Rey Loco, the Mad King, Highway Robbery, the first sustained run at the Defenders of the Realm Championship. They are united in their cause, and that's going to lead to them to a 5 1/4 star victory here tonight. The Eastern Elite, I think Fishbone watches this and he acknowledges that they're a bigger threat than he initially realized. He thought that this motley crew of people that he could send forth, he didn't need Eli Chaos. He sent Eli Chaos into the Battle Royale, and to be fair, that did work out. His second in command did walk away with a victory here, but it cost them in the faction match. And at this point, you just got to imagine he's hoping that one of the 3 Eastern Elite members in the semifinals of the Arcane Artificer tournament can come away with a victory as El Rey Loco pushes his faction over the line tonight. And it does boost the Eastern Elite and Righteous Retribution feud hot. It does get Connor Hansen on his way to becoming a face of the company. And El Rey Loco suplexing Brady Killjoy from the apron through a table outside. That's 2 holy shit moments in 2 matches. So I will take that as a win for now. But let's get into the Arcane Artificer tournament. I mentioned every round had a different set of gimmick matches. You had to prove your versatility and a variety of skills. And those skills tonight being tested are your flexibility and versatility. Because all 3 remaining matches of the Arcane Artificer tournament are roulette gimmick matches. None of these competitors enter the ring knowing what is being asked of them. And for Monty Hendrix and Jay Xavier, the dice have rolled that this is a first blood match, which is totally fine for Monty Hendrix. The self-proclaimed gift from God has been dealing out righteous vengeance to his peers who he feels are not worthy of Independence's reign. And none are less worthy to him than the Eastern Elite. He attacked Eli Chaos recently in the locker room and seems to be falling more and more under the proverbial spell of Arsenico. Meanwhile, Jay Xavier is the highest ranking member of Liquid Steel, a man who through this tournament run has gone from 0-4 in singles competition to 4-4, 4 straight victories that no one really saw coming at the end of the day. He's a former Western Watch member who has gladly stood with the Eastern Elite ever since. You know, obviously getting here is big for Jay, but winning would ensure Eastern Elite walk away with the Arcane Artificer belt. So Walter, I ask you, does the tough prize fighter Jay Xavier stand strong in this match and guarantee an Eastern Elite Arcane Artificer belt? Or does the gift from God take care of business in the semifinals round and prove why he is the 1 seed of this tournament?
Case, I have to ask, have you continued your weighted die rolling?
I tell you nothing.
Monty Hendrix gets the win.
Okay, that's a Monty Hendrix win.
Monty.
Okay, is that
Monty?
I mean, I'll take your chancing as a prediction. And you're right, this is a Monty Hendrix victory. It's a 5.5 star match. That's what you'll love to see. A nice win for Monty Hendrix, getting a hot match here. This starts the feud between him and Jay Xavier. Jay Xavier still on his way to becoming a face of the company as a result of this tournament. And holy shit, Monty Hendrix hits Jay Xavier with 3 consecutive finishers to secure that win and get the bleeding going. It's a very nice victory for him. And you know, if nothing else, I wasn't going to let Eastern Elite versus Eastern Elite for the finals when this is the last night of a Total War feud between these 2 factions. So I will not reveal whether dice were involved in that or not, but oh boy, would that have been a much less engaging story if I let the Eastern Elite just cruise their way into a victory. We move on. Another 4v4 tag elimination match between some factions here. We see the Southern Sentries versus the Western Watch. These 2 factions feuded back in March, with the Southern Sentries ultimately taking the edge thanks to an Alpha Jackson pole match victory. But the Western Watch were the ones who proved themselves in individual tag and trios matches along the way. And it's easy to see why, right? They have on their side, Magic Missiles, Red Arrow and Yellow Arrow. And yes, they have taken a huge hit to their ego because they lost the tag belt and lost their multiple chances to take it back from the Hall of Ashes, which is the reason they are no longer in the competition to try to take that tag belt from them. And honestly, it seems to have affected them mentally. Red Arrow lost in the first round of the Arcane Artificer tournament. Yellow Arrow lost in the second, neither of which performing at the level that you would expect. But they are still great in tag matches, and they're joined by Unlimited, another very strong tag team, looking at Bryson Pierce and Evan Zane, who have been feuding regularly with the members of Savage Vengeance, Jan Sanake and Riku Inoki. Not only do they feud as a tag, but they feud as individuals, and all of those feuds coming back just in time for Hell's Rebuke and tonight's matchup. There is some real hate going between those two tag teams, and that's going to be a huge focus to be sure. But there's also River Dannenberg, the man who needs to prove himself after falling in the first round of the tournament, after seeing Bryce, his brother, go on to be a Jester's Joust champion for Risk It All. He has a lot to prove to keep up with his brother's reputation at this point in time. And let's not forget Grim Oxley, a man who recovered from his injury just a month ago, got a couple early wins, and is trying to prove himself to the rest of the Southern Centuries and prove that he can take on the best of the best. With that said, Xander, who do you think I gave the win to?
Man, this is hard. This is really hard. I feel like it's got to be Southern Centuries with River Dannenberg, though. The Western Watch has some good stuff there. I feel like it's got to be River Dannenberg and Grim Oxley.
Okay. You believe in River and you believe in Grim.
I mean, Riku just had a solid performance in the tournament, too. It's got to be them, surely.
Riku and Jan both did great in the tournament. But let's not forget, Evan Zane made it multiple rounds, as did Bryson Pierce. They all looked very good.
Bryson Pierce, sure, but Evan Zane, whatever.
Well, what about you, Walter? Who do you think I give the edge to?
Yeah, I actually think you're going to give it to the tag teams that's actually a tag team, right? The Arrows. Like I said to Xander, I really like the Arrows, so I am going...
I mean, look, I appreciate your love for the Magic Missiles. There are two other tag teams in this match. This is not just a match of one tag team and a couple hangovers versus no tag teams. This is the Western Watch with two tag teams versus the Southern Centuries with a tag team, a guy who does tag matches regularly, and Grim Oxley is also here.
Well, two is greater than one. So Western Watch, please.
That's fair. And I understand where you're coming from. And it is a shame that the Magic Missiles are not mentally all there. They continue to look despondent. They continue to look lost. And the Southern Centuries have established themselves as vicious. If they see weakness, they're going to take advantage of it. And they take advantage of the Western Watch tonight in a 5-star victory. It gets the Western Watch and Southern Centuries feud hot, which I do like to see. It's a hot match overall. Riku Inoki on his way to becoming a face of the company, and Riku suplexing Yellow Arrow from the apron through a table outside is great to see. I will say, from a scoring perspective, this has not quite been what I was looking for, game.
This is what I'm looking for, though. Please continue.
Okay, well, man, oh man, am I regretting letting narrative dictate all of my decisions in that last weekly. But we move on. I still believe in the rest of this card because we have the second match in the Arcane Artificer semifinals. This is a mask versus hair match. Oh boy!
Oh wow!
The first mask versus hair match I think we've gotten in any of our companies, and it's funny because Florissa de Dragon and DJ Vector are good friends, right? This is a very friendly rivalry that we see going on here.
Guess not.
I mean, look, in many ways, you could call this Eastern Elite playing with house money, right? And Eastern Elite members making it to the finals regardless, and both of these are incredible competitors. But of course, they each want the individual title and the acclaim that comes with it, right? DJ Vector, the Betrayer, which is a fun gimmick to give a face, wants to prove he's just as formidable as a singles competitor as he is with Out of This World. While Fuerza de Dragon wants to prove that he's more than just the guy the Eastern Elite call in when they need help. He got that handicap beatdown a couple months ago, took it very personally, and we have seen him fire back with some strong performances in the Arcane Artificer tournament. Both of these guys are very talented performers, both of them giving everything they've got, despite the fact that they are ultimately friends on the same side of the larger competition here. But Walter, which of these two do you think is getting the nod?
Man, the fact that this is a mask versus hair match is kind of wild. Kind of frustrating that you've utilized this match type.
It was a roulette. What do you want from me?
Listen, I get it. I understand it's a roulette. Doesn't mean I'm not frustrated that you're using it. God, what's... I'm going with my first thought. DJ Vector wins. Don't ask me why. I don't know.
You believe in the Betrayer. Xander, who are you picking?
I am picking. I would normally root for DJ Vector, but I'm going, because of the match type, I'm choosing Fuerza de Dragon. I think DJ Vector gets unmasked.
I love that you think I'm going to change the result of this match based on a gimmick that I had no control over when I made my call for this match.
Pivot!
Nah, he's not a coward like you are.
Fuerza de Dragon wins this match.
Yes!
Sorry for DJ Vector. It's a 5.5-star match, which I am happy to see. It's a hot match between the two of them. Starts this friendly fire feud. DJ Vector got his hair forcefully shaved off. Did not realize he was the hair in the mask versus hair match.
Oh my gosh.
I'll take it.
Wow, that's lucky. He gets to keep his mask. Yeah. That's kind of lucky.
I am not going to argue with the game. I will say I'm 5 matches in, and I've gotten a holy shit in all 5 matches, which I am happy to see. Fuerza de Dragon spearing DJ Vector through the barricade. You love to see that. 45 experience for the mask versus hair match. I guess I'll need to do another one of these at some point. It's a little wild that was where the dice took me, but you know, the dice have their story to tell. And Fuerza de Dragon will meet Monty Hendrix in the finals for the Arcane Artificer tournament. And unlike y'all, if I'm doing a tournament for a pay-per-view, if I'm doing a new belt, I'm putting it in the fucking main event. This is going to be the main event. Fuerza de Dragon versus Monty Hendrix. And Arsenico and Fishbone can deal with it. That's how that works for me. But we move on.
It is the final of a tournament. It makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. But we move on now to the Jester's Joust Championship, a trio elimination match between Risk It All and Larger Than Life. And look, Larger Than Life were the belt holders up until last month. They had been feuding with Liquid Steel back when they were part of Eastern Elite. When Jay Xavier moved over and they were no longer the only Eastern Elite trio, they left, they joined Independence, and after one loss, they battled back, got the win, and held the belt for several months. But it was that blinding force, focusing them all in on fighting Liquid Steel, that led them to be distracted and risk it all. After months of struggling to find themselves, not only got their first trios win, but did it in a title match, snatching the belt from Larger Than Life at Pact of Doom. Now, Larger Than Life believed that they only dropped the belt because they were too worried about Liquid Steel, so they should have no problem beating up on the Southern Sentries tonight. Independence beat the crap out of the Southern Sentries in their last faction feud, after all. but Bryce Dannenberg, Joey Smoking Gun Ace, and Mikey Dolan have something to prove. They are here to prove that it was not a fluke that they won this title, that independents are not owed championships just because Arsenico decrees it to be so. So that's what they're fighting for tonight. Xander, I'll start with you this time. Who do you think I gave the nod to?
I think that the nod is going to the Risk It All legends. Okay, larger than life. They're jesters, but they cannot joust. So,
Wow.
Risk It All, taking it home.
Do you agree with him here, Walter?
Yeah, I do. Keep it on the champions. Again, this is if I agree with moving too many championships on a bronze one when you're 3 weekly shows away from a gold pay-per-view, and I know you are desperate to win.
This is very true. Granted, losing some belt prestige in no way affects the overall scores that you can expect from a match like this. But at the end of the day, Bryce, Mikey, and Joey all come together and work together with a level of confidence and aggression that no one saw coming. And as a result, they do maintain the belt. Larger than life falls short, much to their and Arsenico's dismay. And it is worth noting it was a shutout. Bryce, Joey, and Mikey Dolan all make it to the end of this elimination match with Joey Smoking Gun Ace, a man I know you two both love dearly, getting 2 of the 3 knockouts. This is one of those, it was a great match, some high-flying action, but at the end of the day, Risk It All worked as a team. This was methodical. This was everything that the Southern Centuries have said that they were, but failed to prove in those faction feuds against the Eastern Elite and Independents. And it just shows you how good the Southern Centuries can be when they are not blinded by anger and ferocity, and instead coming together on a common goal to win in a big moment like this. And it's one heck of a performance from them. It's a hot match for that feud. The Bryce Dannenberg Michael Himalayan feud blows off because that was the singles feud that was involved here. And oh look, another holy shit moment. Mikey Dolan slapping the taste out of Matthew Donovan's mouth before they both started brawling. That's 30 creativity points. And a nice boost for the Jesters Joust Championship. So, stay mad, Arsenico. Risk It All are staying as title holders for at least one more month. But we move on to an unsanctioned match between Tilly Cooper and Duka Igarashi. And now look, if you ask Tilly, she should be 3-0 in this feud against Duka. That first blood match she should have won were it not for the neck covering on Duka that prevented the blood from being seen by the ref before Tilly was called out. And as a result, there's been an animosity to Tilly towards Duka beyond just wanting to prove herself as a Frostwitch champion. She wants to put Duka in the dirt by any means necessary. And an unsanctioned match is the way to do it. And look, Duka Igarashi, she is the serious one, but perhaps we are seeing the cracks in her serious facade because she watched Briar Allison waste her cash-in last week and is furious. Both at Tilly for tricking the two of them into believing that I would let Tilly not defend her title at this belt, which was never a possibility. Unlike something like Glory of Legends, where Johnny Hangtime can tell you, Xander, what a match looks like, or the Stanford Wrestling Alliance, where Christopher Devlin can tell you to fuck off when he has something in mind. Tilly was going to defend this belt. She was always wrestling Duka, but she sold it. Duka and Briar Allison took the bait, and Duka's feeling a little foolish. She's mad at herself for falling for that bait. And as a result, Duka is here digging deep for some raw strength and aggression that she believes is going to be necessary to take Tilly Cooper, the former Sky Sentinel, down. Walter, who do you think I gave the win to?
It is a great round narrative. I do love a good heel tricking a babyface into
what wanted them to do. So I have to award Tilly Cooper with the win.
You believe in Tilly Cooper. Do you agree, Xander?
Yeah, I know. Reward Tilly. Send it. Go.
Yeah, it turns out fighting Tilly at her own game is a major mistake for Duca. This is a 6 1/4 star match, ladies and gentlemen. A big win for Tilly Cooper, and proof, as far as she's concerned, that she made the right call joining the Scourge, leaving the Sky Sentinels behind, and asserting herself as the new Frost Witch. An incredible performance from her. Yet another holy shit moment as Tilly Cooper hits Duca Igarashi with a lariat that knocked her head clean off. The fans going wild. They have been loving every match on this card so far. It's a nice boost for the Frost Witch Championship. I'm honestly surprised that Challenger and Champion only gave +3 points, given that these are both faces of the company, by the way. But hey, the Frost Witch belt
No, you do.
will catch up in time.
No, it won't.
Look, it's a nice win. I'm very happy to see it. I'm happy to see a 6+ star match in this spot. And
No,
we
you're
will
not.
see what Duca has to do to get revenge on Tilly Cooper and try to get that title back. But for now,
Listen, Chase, I'm mad about your 6 1/4 star nonsense.
why are you
Okay,
mad?
because fuck.
It's only game. Why you have to be mad?
That's funny.
I'm going to take that as my greatest win of the night right there. We move on. Keepers of the Realm Championship, a tag elimination match between Light and Shadow and Flying High. This was originally meant to be a 2v1. Shooting Stars were going to be in this title match. They'd earned the opportunity. But Cyan Orion took the Shooting Stars out of the match with her failed push for the Arcane Artificer belt. And, you know, that leaves Light and Shadow, who are the Scourge's ultimate success story at the moment, right? What was once a risky restructuring of the faction to build a tag team that could actually win a title led to 3 departures and a key member getting injured. But that result has been 2 wrestlers who are starting their Face of the Company journey. Emu and Miko, obviously already a great wrestler in her own right, but also Kagetsi, who went from 0-10 to powering herself up with some occult magic that has given her the ability to stand just as strong in the ring as her tag partner. And meanwhile, Flying High, they were the tag that's held the title twice. They had helped get the belt to the edge of going silver before Light and Shadow pushed it over the edge, and they're not going to give up easily. Davida and Hai Hakai, they are on the same page. They're both gifted acrobats that know how to make the most of some high-flying action. The question is, Xander, is that going to be enough in this elimination match against Light and Shadow?
Listen. Light and Shadow win. And Flying High lose. And this is probably another high star count match, and I'm not happy about any of it.
Do you concur, Walter?
I do actually concur. I really like everything that you've done with Light and Shadow. And I really, truly hope you never take the belt off of them. It'll be a sad day for me when they finally lose.
I also hope I never take the belt off of them. That's a 5 3/4 star match. A great win for the Scourge. Continuing to put Flying High in their place. A nice victory there. Let's see. My first match without a holy shit moment. But Emu and Miko, officially a face of the company. Does that mean I can call her a Mikio now, Xander?
No, not until you overtake me in the score. That was the deal.
Look, I had to ask. I would have been rude to her not to ask, but
Yeah. No,
That-
she knows her name. Don't worry.
oh man, God, I wish there could be like what I want is like a made in Japan AEW style like wrestler sharing, where I could go send Emu to do some matches against your company. You send Ume, and we see how it all goes. That would be fun. That'd be fun. But
It sure would.
for now,
But it will never happen, and her name stays. Enjoy.
we'll see about that. We've still got some matches here.
Okay.
Derek Nash, the Flame Warlock champion, defending the title he earned 2 months ago by defeating El Muerte Blanco against Ryu Otake. And look, Ryu Otake was considering joining the Arcane Artificer tournament, but Derek Nash rejuvenated this feud by smacking him with a metal pipe as he came out of the locker room 2 weeks ago, laughing all along the way. And Ryu immediately turned back around to Arsenico and said, "I'm taking that fucker down." And Arsenico said, "Hell yeah, you are." And look, Derek Nash has held the title for 2 months since taking down El Muerte Blanco, and his feud against Fishbone, the former Sorcerer Supreme, seems to have turned him into a juggernaut in his own right. He has put in the work, he has built himself up as the Extreme King, and proven that he has earned that title. Meanwhile, Ryu Otake, the Dragon of Independence, has not yet held a belt, but he's a 27-year-old 4-4 face who is willing to take a big swing at a match to get a much-needed victory. The big match specialist, risk taker that he is, has taken the metal pipe to the leg very personally, and is going to do everything he can to emerge victorious tonight. Walter, I'll start with you this time. Who do you think I gave the nod to?
See, this is one where, for your narrative, I think it makes sense for Ryu Otake to win.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I really... It goes against a lot of stuff that I've said, but give it to Ryu Otake.
Okay. Xander, do you agree? Is this the Dragon's moment?
No, just because fuck you, Wolf. Derek Nash.
So here's the thing. Derek Nash makes a classic blunder that you will recognize all too well, Walter. He sets up a glass table outside the ring. And it is Ryu Otake who goes for a crazy dive off the top rope to the outside, crashing Derek Nash into that glass table. Derek Nash unable to get up. Ryu Otake stands up at count 9 and secures himself the belt. And that's a 5 3/4 star match right there. And yes, I did like that AEW highlight you sent me. It was really cool. But I wanted to do it. Turns out, real fun.
That's fair. I get it. Hey, I get it. I understand. You'd be surprised to know that just on like a very kind of random tope suicida, that wrestler broke his foot and was no longer able to climb. It's great. It's fantastic. Man. Poor guy.
Brutal. But
brutal indeed.
Ryu Otake jumped off the Titantron onto Derek Nash. Honestly, I should have made that the moment onto the glass table had I known. But here you go. 30 creativity points. That man is willing to do whatever it takes to win, and that's why he's a champion right now. The Flame Warlock gains 14 points because, yes, the reign was 2 months long, but it's never switched over that quickly before, and Ryu Otake is one hell of a champion. It is a hit to the Hellfire Club to lose that championship. And it's not like Independence really needed it at the end of the day, but the Hellfire Club has been battling back and forth with Independence, and this is the kind of blow that Independence desperately wanted to land. But they go for round 2 here, and the Defenders of the Realm Championship. It is Hall of Ashes, who won the Defenders of the Realm belt 2 months ago against Magic Missiles, and successfully beat Magic Missiles twice, as well as No Bullshit back in a weekly show in September. Going up against No Bullshit, the tag team that, according to them, should be the only tag team in Independence, the only true tag team. Whatever A Better Tomorrow is up to, that wasn't signed off by Arsenico. That wasn't the deal that they agreed to when they agreed to join Independence in the first place, and they are eager to prove that they should get this belt. And let's be real, this feud has been going on for a long time. This started when No Bullshit was still part of the Northern Nightmare, and Hall of Ashes were betraying the Northern Nightmare to join the Hellfire Club. That's when this feud began. And now No Bullshit, of course, don't care about the Northern Nightmare, a faction that no longer exists. but they are now picking back up on this feud because Independence versus the Hellfire Club is such a strong moment here. And this Total War needs No Bullshit to stand strong, because if not, they have opened the door for a better tomorrow to become the tag team of Independence. And if that's true, what does No Bullshit have left? And I'll tell you, Hall of Ashes don't give a shit about that. They hated No Bullshit when they were part of Northern Nightmare. They hate No Bullshit now. Hall of Ashes does not take anyone as someone to be better than them. They are still forged in the path of refinding themselves after River Dannenberg betrayed the Hall of Pain trio so long ago. And from those ashes, they have created something that they see no signs of slowing down. Xander, who do you think I gave the win to?
To the men. The Hall of Ashes.
Okay. You believe in our title holders maintaining it. Walter, what about you?
I also believe in the title holders hanging on to it. Again, this is another one that it would make some sense to move on from this champion, to swap the belts, but I'm not going to double down here and think that you did it 2 matches in a row. Keep it with the champions for now, and maybe they lose the belts in a bigger match at the next pay-per-view.
Yeah, look, the members of our circled square in this universe are very much saying, well, Ryu Otake won the last match, so I guess Hall of Ashes are winning tonight. And they're right, Hall of Ashes are winning tonight. It's a 6-star match. Sorry to No Bullshit, but the Hall of Ashes are not slowing down just yet. Pushes that Total War feud even higher. This is going to be 300 hype by the next pay-per-view here, Xander. I'm just letting you know. I'm coming for you, buddy. I'm not letting this go down without a fight. No hot matches or anything like that, but Asher Collins on his way to becoming a face of the company, well deserved on his end. Jackson Hall will continue his climb, not quite there yet, but the Defenders of the Realm Championship getting a nice 16 experience. It continues its climb from what was originally a silver belt. And Hall of Ashes, very ready to show the rest of this men's tag division that they are not going away anytime soon. We move on to the King of the Thunderdome Championship. A steel cell match between the champion, La Bestia del Infierno, and the former champion, Ashton Nieves. And look, La Bestia del Infierno successfully wrapped his feud against Prince Pretty Pink and is happy that he was able to reawaken that hellfire within the Prince. He loves the aggression that Western Watch have shown. That's all he wanted, was for Prince Pretty Pink to be the leader he always believed he could be, to awaken that inside him. And we'll see what that means for Prince Pretty Pink in the long run. But Ashton Nieves was the sworn enemy of La Bestia back in the day, back when he was the monster of the Northern Nightmare, the buzzsaw that was unstoppable for 6 months in the King of the Thunderdome Championship. La Bestia swore vengeance against Ashton and El Muerte Blanco for layered betrayals, El Muerte Blanco for costing him the Flame Warlock Championship against Prince Pretty Pink, and Ashton Nieves for daring to call himself second in command, a title that La Bestia del Infierno deserved. And look, La Bestia del Infierno, in a lot of ways, he won, right? The Northern Nightmare are no more. He holds the King of the Thunderdome title for himself. But Ashton Nieves reminded him that he's not going away, attacking Bestia backstage with a 2x4 after Derek Nash attacked Ryu Otake, reigniting the hatred both sides have for each other. And this does play in to the Independence Hellfire Club feud, because Ashton betrayed El Muerte Blanco, attacked his former faction leader in order to gain entrance and gain a top position in Arsenica's new creation, seeing the writing on the wall perhaps. And he would love nothing more than to take his title back and assert Independence as the clear winners of this feud. So the question is, Xander, does Ashton Nieves, the buzzsaw, pull this off and take back his belt tonight? Or does La Bestia del Infierno retain and prove that the Hellfire Club is not going away anytime soon.
Hellfire Club for now.
Do you concur, Walter?
Yes, I do. La Bestia del Infierno.
It is indeed La Bestia del Infierno. Sometimes the right call is the obvious call. He is going to maintain this for now, and it's going to take Ashton a lot of work. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board to figure out what it's going to take to beat La Bestia, because it turns out the Steel Cell matches that were once his home at Hell's Rebuke, wrong time to challenge the Hell Beast. It's 5 3/4 star match, which I am happy to see. And let's see. No holy shit moment for that one either. That's fine. 29 experience for the King of the Thunderdome Championship. And a great win for La Bestia. We move on. The Sorcerer Supreme Championship, an Iron Man match between the current title holder, Lorena Lucier, the faction leader of the Sky Sentinels, who has held this belt for 8 months now, versus Ariana Black, the leader of the Scourge of the Underdark, who has only had 2 singles losses. The first, when she dropped the Frost Witch belt to Duka Igarashi. The second, at Pact of Doom, where she lost last month. And since then, she has not been seen. She has not arrived at the studio once. She has not been seen talking to any of her tag members, any of her faction mates. And no one really knew what she was up to. But we got a minor package before this starts, in which it turns out she's been training in secret with Light and Shadow to develop some new moves. Because as the leader of the Scourge, Ariana faces a ton of pressure to take this belt off of Lorena and be the one to finally rule over the women's division. But Lorena's on a 9-match win streak right now. She is entirely unfazed by Ariana's attitude. There is a respect here because Lorena respects Ariana for being someone to put herself on the line when she doesn't have to, right? She is not the kind of cowardly leader that El Muerte Blanco was, for instance. And she has been willing to take big risks to push her faction forward. But at the end of the day, Ariana is a problem. She wants to upset the status quo. She wants to put the Scourge above the Sky Sentinels, and it is Lorena's job to ensure that never happens. So the question is, Xander, who's getting the win tonight?
Of course, there's only one option here. And it ain't Ariana Black, Lorena Lucier.
Okay, you believe in the next
I believe.
best thing. Walter.
Continuing to be the best thing for this belt.
What about you, Walter?
I do think it is going to stay with Lorena Lucier. I do not think it is Ariana Black's time yet to reascend to a championship. She needs to work her way back up a little bit, but I do foresee in the near future her being a champion again.
Yes, this is a Lorena Lucier win. And I was going to say, this is actually a 1-0 Iron Man match. 6 1/4 star, by the way. Thank you very much, Lorena Lucier, for continuing to put on.
Those do happen.
Yeah, they sure do. And look, a 1-0, I was really hoping to sell off this idea that the early moves that Ariana put on would give her an early lead. But at the end of the day, here's what happens, right? All those new moves she got, right, allow her to maintain an early advantage. And she gets Lorena Lucier bleeding here. You can see both of them bleeding by the end of this match. But the thing Lorena has on her side is endurance. We saw this with Fishbone, and we're seeing it again with Lorena Lucier. These faces who know how to outlast their opponent because they never give up, they never give in, they never allow the fatigue to stop them from pushing forward and defending what matters most to them. And that's how Lorena barely gets the edge over Ariana Black tonight. But it is a damn close match. A 6 1/4 star match. And a holy shit moment as Lorena Lucier hits Ariana Black with a hard headbutt that almost knocked them both out. Some nice creativity points there. And some nice experience for the Sorceress Supreme Championship. 2 matches left. The Sorcerer Supreme Championship. A tables, ladders, and chairs match between Arsenico, the current champion and the leader of Independence, versus Fishbone, the former champion and the leader of the Eastern Elite. And at the end of the day, right, this was an all Fishbone feud until Arsenico cashed in post-Iron Man match at Crown of Madness. But Arsenico still managed to secure a clean victory at Pact of Doom, largely by relying on gimmicks wherever he can. He is clearly a fan of spectacle, which is why the tables, ladders, and chairs match is the gimmick that he has called for tonight. He knows Fishbone focuses on superhuman endurance as the source of his strength, and that's something that his faction relies on. But Arsenico knows how to maneuver here, right? He knows how to swing things in his advantage slowly but surely. And sure, Fishbone may have thwarted his original plans for the Arcane Artificer tournament, right? He may have called out Arsenico's corruption and forced him publicly to commit to a much more fair format for that belt than he originally wanted to. But that has only made Arsenico angry. It has only made Arsenico more inclined to take Fishbone down. And Fishbone, I mean, you know he's going to put on a hell of a match. You know that he's going to fight with everything he has. The question is, Xander, is it enough?
Man, no, Arsenico.
You believe in Arsenico. Walter, do you concur?
Yeah, it is too soon to take the belt off of him. I know you have your, 18, 19, 20 page document detailing all the lore and your thousands of spreadsheets. It just doesn't make sense to do it yet. Arsenico takes the win.
He does indeed take the win, and it's a 5.5 star match. This does lock in Arsenico as a face of the company, which I believe well deserved. It's a hot match. It actually makes the feud hot. Thank goodness. That gives me some more wiggle room with this feud because Fishbone knows how to work with Arsenico and put on some great matches. And look, Fishbone puts on one hell of a fight, right? But at the end of the day, Arsenico, the cult leader, channels the power of hell at Hell's Rebuke tonight. Power bombs Fishbone through a table outside, and ultimately is able to use that momentum to climb up the ladder, reclaim his belt, and secure the victory tonight. Not quite enough to push the TLC match gold. I will live with that. We've got one more match left, and I think everything about tonight's card relies on the roulette roll. It is RNGesus taking the wheel the way the Arcane Artificer final was always intended, and it's a steel cage match. And look, Monty Hendrix, the self-proclaimed gift from God who believes he was ordained by Arsenico to take over this new position. And woo-wee, he's tired. He has given his all to this belt, to this faction. He has given everything to become the champion. But Fishbone ensured this would be a fair format, right? He saw 3 of his best faction members make their way to the top 4. But Jay Xavier fell just short, right? And Fuerza de Dragon had to take down DJ Vector in a match that ultimately wore out both of them to a certain extent. But Fuerza de Dragon, he is on a mission to assert himself as the Dragon Force, as a top singles wrestler, beyond the great work he has done for his faction in multi-man matches, right? He believes that he is a great individual wrestler. This tournament has reminded all of the folks at home why he is a 4-4, why he is such a force to be reckoned with, and why the Eastern Elite are still the powerful faction that they remain today. But the question becomes, is that enough, Walter, to take down Monty Hendrix and secure the championship, the Arcane Artificer belt, for Fuerza de Dragon?
This is still theoretically random. So the odds would say it's Monty Hendrix. But that dude's got a 79% fatigue rate right now.
I have neither confirmed nor denied that randomness is still in play.
Oh, I know. So I have to assume it still is because that was the rule from the tournament. You know what? Monty Hendricks wins but gets injured because it'd be fucking hilarious.
Oh,
I'm a monster. I know. I'm a monster.
That
I
would
know.
be very funny. I am honestly, unironically, taking everything else to the side, fully counting on the idea that I don't think you can get injured in a tournament because I don't think the game has programmed an answer for if a winning wrestler gets injured and there's another round after that. And if that's not true, I'm about to feel real sad. Xander, who do you think I gave the win to?
Fuerza de Dragon. No, I want it to go to Monty Hendricks. I also hope Fuerza de Dragon breaks his leg. Snaps it in half like a twig.
So
Steel
you're-
cage match, 79% fatigue?
Yeah.
Hope he dies.
So you're both rooting for Monty Hendricks to win, but also get injured, which I have to say.
No. To be clear, I want Monty Hendricks to win and Fuerza de Dragon to break his leg and die.
Oh, you want Fuerza to get injured at
Yes.
58% fatigue. Okay, so you're each rooting for an injury.
Oh,
no
I
matter what.
misunderstood. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope they both get injured and die then.
Well, at the end of the day, I
You ready,
hope neither get
you ready for
injured.
the double injury? Let's see it.
I'm hitting the button. Monty Hendricks, the gift from God. It's a 5 1/4 star match, which is not the score I was hoping for. But he
No
gets
injury, though.
the nod. No injuries. Again, I think tournaments
Damn.
might not allow you to do so. And when he wins,
I ain't testing that theory.
orchestral music begins to play. Johnny Scott breaking out his best Latin as Arsenico bestows Monty with a staff of mysterious arcane energy, indicating this new title. And Monty, as the man chosen by God in his own mind, claiming a divine right of kings over this new belt. It was always his. You all just didn't know it yet. And now that the tournament is done, I can confirm I did random every result of this match, of this tournament, including
Love
the
it.
final four. I thought it would be more fun that way, and I gotta be honest, I have no regrets. Tournament prestige going up, go team, Arcane Artificer belt. That's a great first match here. But we will see now the score. And that is 5.75 stars.
Oh boy, so it's coming down to hype?
It's coming down to hype, and I gotta be honest with you. I don't know if pure fan game is the perfect way to measure that, right? Because we've found out now in recent weeklies that because of the fan gap, Eduardo can technically have more hype but gain fewer fans because he had fewer people watching in the first place. Let's see if that matters first of all. Ooh, it doesn't. That's just a straight win for Eduardo.
Big pog. Well done,
Another.
Eduardo.
He has won every other pay-per-view for the last three sets of pay-per-views in a row. That is a nice victory for him. He gets another point in here. No asterisk needed. Just an incredible performance from him. Xander, you appear to have gotten second here from a hype perspective. That's not surprising to me at all. I accept that I had a lot of new feuds going in, but I think I built up some Total War feuds that'll pay off for me at the final gold pay-per-view. But man, this means I'm still a point behind you in the overall standings. And we will have to live with that.
Good job, Eduardo.
Yeah, well,
Over-
Yeah, way to go, Eduardo.
Overtake Chase now. So
I'm just saying, all of these fantastic matches at Hell's Review, classic match, great match, fantastic match, great match. Just saying, game could have not put me in fucking third, but hey, what are you gonna do? That is a stream, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of tonight's performance. Congratulations again to Eduardo, a well-deserved victory, an incredible card on his part. He is not going to believe it when he wakes up tomorrow and hears that he is the champion, and that's what I like most about these streams, is because at the end of the day, you can just do a really good job of building up individual feuds, giving them these big blow-off highlight moments, making sure that your titles do what you need them to do. The min-maxing that you and I do, Xander, can help a lot, but it is not a guarantee. And Eduardo has proven that 3 different times in the last 2 months of real time. But with that, thanks everyone so much for watching. This stream almost didn't happen, and I deeply appreciate everyone who came by despite the time change, who check this out, who appreciate what we've been doing. Every comment, every post on the social media stuff, it means a lot to us. So definitely let us know what you think and what you would like to see as we head into our last month of season 2. We've got one more set of weeklies and one more gold pay-per-view before we take a bit of a break. And who knows what you'll see on this channel. We're still going to talk that out. But for now, Xander, where can the nice people at home find you?
The nice people at home can find me beating you right here. No, I'm just kidding. The nice people at home can find me on all socials at Tentacle Coach. And also, please go check out Brooklyn College Esports. That's at CUNYBC Esports. Wrapping up the regular season and really the postseason right now. Strong finishes. Fun. Just please go support the Brooklyn College folks. Thank you.
Yes, I'm inclined to be against everything Xander has said because of the trash talk he unnecessarily threw my way, but I'm still going to tell you to go give Brooklyn College some love because they've earned it. Xander, where can the nice people, Walter, where can the nice people at home find you?
It's funny. This is the second time he's almost called me Xander on this stream. You guys can find me at C80s_. Listen, I don't deserve to be called Xander. I'm in last place, and Xander is clearly not in last place. You guys can find me at C80s_LOL on Twitter and at C80s.bsky.social over on the other Twitter.
Absolutely. You can find me, Chase Wassenaar, on bsky.social. I'm also Chase Wassenaar on Twitter, but one of those gives me less emotional pain every time I log in than the other. So for whatever that's worth to y'all. Of course, you should check out the Rough Drafts podcast, where Walter and I, and sometimes some lovely guests, come on to talk about movies and video games. Our final cut episode that was just posted on Monday was a hell of a good time talking about This Is Me ... Now, a film that Walter is totally glad that we watched and in no way resents me for the rest of time for making him get through what was objectively a horrendous film. But we'll have some steam cleaners coming up, talking about 2 video games we played recently next Monday. So regardless of what it is you like, you'll find a lot to enjoy there. Be sure to stay tuned on our YouTube channel to catch the last set of weeklies and come back in 2 weeks for the final pay-per-view of season 1. Until next time, goodbye, Internet.